to combine them for expediency.
Blumex.
I like it.
Blumex. Um, Before we get started, the first thing we're gonna do is take care of Mikey's POV as he goes to investigate the. Oh God, I've already forgotten the term. Um, Hold on. What is it?
Eutrophication?
The eutrophication. A word I'll never fucking use again, I promise. The eutrophication issue, which is a very minor environmental thing on currently happening on Guam, specifically near Stella Marie. Plant. It's just referring to that there's more plants growing more abundantly, either due to an abundance of certain minerals within the water or just conditions being right. Either way, Mikey, being a plant man, is going to investigate that before you depart. Another thing before you depart is actually, I'm not sure. Is there any business that any of your characters have before you need to go that you feel like wouldn't make much sense to ignore for a week? Anything at all?
We probably should talk to Rob Tom real quick.
He's currently being kidnapped by Dr. Worm.
What?
No, he's fine.
Oh. Oh. That's the scalpel thing, but that doesn't really need to be on.
Yeah.
I think we could probably like fast track that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
If that is all, then let us get into game really quick. There's just a few things I need to adjust, and then we're good to go. Also, I don't remember who was going with Mikey to investigate the plant growth business. So I'm assuming it was
I think it was Claudia.
Claudia, Enya. Oh yeah, Enya went to go see Dr. Worm with Blue and Ice.
Should have gone to the plants there.
Should have gone to the plants. Well, you missed your
she
shot.
didn't fit in.
The plants really are the best option. You don't deal with worms.
Sure, you either get grass or you get worms.
There could be worms in the grass. You don't know yet.
Gentle worms.
Yeah, probably not weird worms.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say you would hope there are worms. They help with the soil.
Just not a worm man of the worm persuasion like Dr. Worm.
Yeah. The creepy cursed kind.
Not really a fan of this anti-worm propaganda.
Hey, we said the worms help the grass. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not anti-worm. It's anti-Dr. Worm propaganda.
Yeah, I don't like being anti-Dr. Worm is being anti-science, please. He's a man of science.
Well, he's not really a doctor.
I mean, you tell him that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, his
Just
PhD, he got it from Worm University. It's okay.
You can tell him that he's not a doctor. Just don't tell his clients and his patients. Thank you. It could hurt business if they find out. Appreciate it.
Well, sneaky business all around.
Alrighty, let's jump into it fairly quickly here. So, small, I guess, rumor or chatter has gone around Stella Maris and Guam. There are numerous things happening at any given time. In fact, we have a whole system for rolling about the different factions and clans that are currently doing battle, trying to make negotiations, or otherwise affecting society on the island. The one thing that usually doesn't get discussed or given too much attention to is the environment of Guam, at least not as far as your cops are concerned. Now, different environmental concerns on the island can result in different sorts of pressures here and there. For example, if there are certain, we'll say, levels of activity near the shorelines that can affect fishermen, and fishermen are part of the economy of the island and the city in general. And if they're not doing well, sometimes some of them can go to crime. And there are things that definitely have a pull and push type effect as far as your law enforcement characters go. But in general, environmental concerns, I mean, I would say for the most part, because you guys are Aqua and mostly focused on like supernatural stuff, you don't really have to deal with the polluters and people that are violating different environmental laws around the island. It would be rare if you ever had to. Like occasionally you might have been throughout your career involved in different things like samurai being hired, usually Ronin being hired as like little goon mercenaries for your average trawler or scavenging company or something like that. And there's environmental concerns there. Maybe here or there you would have had to brush with this. But as far as like something like this grassy matter goes, like probably not so much. There is maybe one exception, however, which is Officer De La Cruz. Officer De La Cruz is very green. Doesn't have a green thumb, as he specified before, but he is a very green man. He is a very plant-based oriented merman, or at least he has aspects of that, and it shows in his photosynthetic abilities. His um, what else does Mikey have that's like plant-like? I guess he has. So he has the chlorophyll kind of going on, but like what else is there about him that's like planty?
The texture, the texture of his hair, um, is looks kind of like always wet seaweed. Like it's very thick,
Right.
kind of wavy hair that helps hide his eyes, much in the same way that seaweed would hide prey from predators. I feel like his skin tone isn't like greenish, but like it's not a normal human skin tone. Like if you saw him, you would think he was sick. If you didn't know that he was a merman, like something was wrong with that boy.
Is that a thing by choice? Like he just is default, it just comes through?
Yeah, I think it's just like he can't necessarily, it's just, I think part of it is, yeah, like just the way his body works and functions in the production of like photosynthesis is that like no matter what color he makes himself, he's still kind of green.
I mean, yeah, so that just it just like peeks through the cellular walls of your molecule. Your just cells kind of have this color, this um character to them. A lot of mermen have this issue. It's not necessarily an issue unless you're very concerned about looking entirely human, but for some of your species, those aspects, whatever it is, can seep into whatever their disguise is or influence it even. It's just a matter of like the strength of that aspect kind of overriding any attempt that you're going to make. In Mikey's case, like you could probably suppress like the green look, but it would take effort, I would imagine, right? Like that's how you run it.
Yeah.
Right. That makes sense. For others, it's just as natural as turning something on or off, but they're not as aligned with that thing. So in his case, an alignment with nature and plant growth is just kind of like born into the DNA almost, which is why uh, these reports probably aren't a surprise to you, Officer De La Cruz, like that there is more plant growth. You may feel more lively, more relaxed at times, or even sleepy at night, depending on how you feel that plant ish nature like within your character. That would be up to you, and it's really just when you're in certain parts of Stella Maris on the outskirts of the city specifically, just like there's like a natural kind of sometimes an impulse to just stand still and just kind of stand there. And sometimes bees will just like fly by you or sit on your head and leave. They don't bother. Unlike with other mermen, they might like, have natural reactions like they would to a person. For you, you just kind of like chill and then leave. There's other kind of oddities that may occur due to your due to this like almost elemental aspect. But for now, it's mostly just that being outside of the city, which is where you would need to go, you would need to leave Stella Maris and head slightly to the, we'll say, southeast or southwest, actually, to get towards the areas where some of the local uh, environmental scientists are currently reporting that there's an increase in plant growth. And specifically, the reason why the cops would be involved is some people also are using this to their advantage to grow a few illicit substances. It's just natural. This is a very good growing season. The farmers are doing pretty well on the island with some of their natural tropical crops. And that includes people that are maybe growing things they probably shouldn't be. Not up to and including new strains of very powerful mushrooms. Cannabis is legalized because it's the future, man. Come on. But like other things, being grown, maybe certain poisonous plants that are hybrids of others meant to have an intoxicating or recreational effect, especially in the vacuum of ozone being taken off the streets. There are likely people trying to find some kind of combination that they can like, give to a hungry market, which is exactly what all the island of Guam is right now, without ozone freely on tap. So Detective De La Cruz, I will say that you are at the head of this investigation into the plant growth. It's a minor case because you don't even really know what you're looking for, other than like there's strange goings-ons. You have a few options as to how you can go about this. Again, minor investigation, so it's not like it's a life or death thing. It's pretty reasonably low key and chill. How would you like to begin your, we'll call it like research or just exploratory kind of investigation? You are the areas outside. I can explain a little bit more about them if you'd like, or that sort of thing. So
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if he gets to the area, it would be, taking a look and seeing, I guess, the normal plant life that's growing there, and seeing, like, trying to get a feel for what's going on with it. And then I guess if we're also there looking for anything illicit or illegal, yeah, trying to find, yeah, the secret drug dealer plants
uh
in the field of normies.
yeah, there's like I'll say that if you're familiar with the local environment, which it's likely that you are, then you know that there's like an abundance of different plants that actually weren't native to Guam before 2095. It's kind of a strange situation for some of the environmental scientists of the island, because they're not exactly invasive species, but they've seen things that don't really make sense, such as well, sunflowers in abundance, and seemingly those that are very resistant to weather changes and grow very well in all environments are an example. They've been found in the mountains. Uh, Fruit that is pretty harvestable and even marketable, but which refuses to be a subject to agriculture, like these very strange defiant strains of fruits and vegetables that can be found out in the wild and in nature, but they just don't do well when people try to grow them to sell them. So they're kind of like a local. There are people that actually make a living just going and harvesting some of the wild vegetation that grows outside of the city limits and then selling it to restaurants, private buyers, that sort of thing. Um, Very strange hybrid fruits, not unlike some of the Higashikata clan's estate orchard fruit, though not quite as refined. Still high in quality, some of them, but rarely. And then you find one apple that's got like a citric taste and a very unique characteristic to its skin, and you never find it again. These one-off kind of like plants. For you in particular, in the area that you're looking into, for example, you may find well, different types of flowers that are some larger than others, still of the same species. Like, so you'll find one that's almost comedically big, and then it'll be surrounded by very tiny, not anemic, but very thin flowers of a similar kind. You'll find all sorts of a strange variety. It give me a we'll say for you a you have a it's like a knowing roll, right?
Yeah, understanding.
Understanding, correct. Give me an understanding roll. With a one, it's hard to say exactly what might stand out to you amongst this kind of very wild uh, variety of plants. They all look like chaotic. The one thing, because you did roll a one, I'll give you one thing. The one thing that you're noticing about some of them is that their root systems are not in competition. You know this because some of them are closer to others of different species than they likely should be for how big they are, and some are also kind of winding in patterns so that they can all share sunlight instead of trying to choke each other out, which is odd because those of us who are familiar with plants know that these compared to the animal kingdom, I would say the plant kingdom is a little bit more brutal in a lot of ways. They kill each other all the time, always strangling each other out for resources, consuming one another's remains constantly in a churning bed of, we won't call it chaos, but survival of the fit. In this case, it's almost like everything is living in some sort of weird agreement that strikes you in particular as odd because of your plant nature. Things are a little too orderly for its chaos, in other words. You have a few options, I would say, as to how you can continue your investigation here, such as taking soil samples, taking plant samples, of course, cuttings, or looking around for people to ask questions of. There are a few locals who could probably be found in the area. Um, Out here, far enough away from civilization, they're likely to be either campers, hikers, maybe a couple of people that are out here um, foraging, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think. I mean, with Mikey being CSI, he would probably take some soil samples, maybe even take like a plant, or just maybe like some leaf trimmings of a plant if he feels that taking a whole plant would be too much or too hard with what he brought with him. Yeah, he would basically just want to start rounding it up. Yeah.
Okay. As you go to take a plant cutting from, we'll say just a very large green leafy stocky plant, one of the leaves will just reach out and casually slap your hand. A very small thwip.
Yeah, when he after that slap he'll just go sorry.
You hear a thud nearby, like the sound of a bag of laundry being dropped, pretty much. Um, Sort of coming out here with you, we'll say was Claudia, I believe.
Yep.
Claudia.
Yeah.
Towner, I think. So it's you, Claudia, and Towner. Mikey, when you hear that thud, you can, if you were to, I guess, look to see, it's not far. Towner has fallen asleep. Right where he stood, he just fell over. Face down on the ground.
You okay, buddy?
Uh, is he like? I mean, like, I guess Claudio just kind of poke him a little bit. Does he seem like He's in a deep coma-like sleep, or just
No, he'd giggle and then just roll over and tuck his head further in as he's just sleeping. It seems peaceful. It's like he just went to sleep.
He usually doesn't fall asleep on the job. Maybe he ate something? Don't eat the plants.
Easier said than done, man. Come on.
I mean, you may as well say something about it because clearly Towner didn't know any better.
I didn't plan on eating the plants.
Claudia,
Yeah,
give me a what do you have here? Give me a mom mode roll against a passive difficulty of 5.
Okay.
You could fate point it if you want, as the something kind of wafts into your direction and begins to. You feel very relaxed, even though Towner just passed out. Seemingly, it's just like that's not a big deal. He
Yeah,
looks comfortable.
I will. I will fate point that with.
Okay. So what do you invoke to stay like alert and active? Because right now, it's a little difficult.
I will sunlight, or depth sunlight seems appropriate.
Okay, yeah. As you invoke your sunlight aspect, the thing that you're going to recognize as you kind of keep yourself from also passing out is there are familiar kind of there are familiar scents and even sound to when you first came to Guam, like when you emerged onto the land, like a sort of nostalgia. Um, for now, though, you don't go to sleep, which is good because obviously you want to stay awake. So in case you're being attacked or something, though, I will say for all mermen, there is like an internal sense of danger. Nothing is really triggering that sense for any of you. It may be why Towner actually just like passed out so easily and readily. He just wasn't on his guard, and well, now he's a sleepy boy. Um, for you guys, however, as you are staying awake and noticing this, and Mikey, you are dealing with this plant that just slapped you. You hear sort of a rustling noise, like grass, and then you can actually see Towners being dragged into some tall grass, just dragged right in. Very slowly, though. It's not quick at all or subtle. Like you can hear him getting, just the scraping, probably of like his teeth against the ground as it looks like something's just pulling him in. Very, very leisurely.
Yeah, I would immediately start to follow it and just
excuse me, that's my friend and coworker. Hello.
Uh, nothing, nothing really is answering. So I guess you have the option of you can pull him back, or you can just follow him if you'd like.
yeah, I would guess I would start to follow him
Okay.
to see what's going on.
So you just if you can follow him through the tall grass, it's not hard. Although it is odd that he's being kind of pulled through areas that are very overgrown, we'll say, difficult to actually see through. Um, you can, of course, you're not only an eye scout, but there's nothing here necessarily obscuring your field of vision, conventionally speaking. It's just that there's an abundance of grass everywhere and other plant life. Until at last you arrive or you come to a clearing with more of these flowers growing around the area and more just very odd looking plant life. Once Towner is pulled into this area, he's kind of like propped up against a tree trunk, and then a small like plant with a very large leaf, like a frond or something, just begins to pat his head and then retracts into the rest of the surrounding greenery. Here in this very open field, there are many, many tall, grassy. They're almost like structures. They're about human height, and they're just kind of standing there, swaying very gently. None seem alarmed at your appearance. You can choose to investigate them, or you can take your friend and leave. This is a very strange situation. It could be the work of a stand. Not sure. There's been no attacks, though, other than, well, the trying to make you go to sleep thing.
Yeah, I guess Mikey would first get close to make sure Towner is still okay, and then I guess I feel like he would almost need to or like want to like take a look at these things and just see what they're doing and like if they react to him getting closer to him.
Okay. You get closer to one of them. We'll say one towards maybe the center. And there's nothing off about it so much. Although you do hear another thud. Claudia, at this proximity, without protective measure, you kind of just black right out. It's not hard. You actually fall into soft grass, and it's not unpleasant. You have been tired and overworked lately. It just suddenly like hit you like sleep time. In this sleeping state, because you succeeded earlier, you can probably try to stir yourself awake if you'd like. That's up to you.
Should probably try.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a power roll. Two. You will stir from sleep in a bit, but if something tries to reinforce that sleep upon you, it may be difficult, which depends on how your friend here, Officer De La Cruz, reacts when the plant structure that he has been investigating. So right after you hear that thud, this thing comes to life, Mikey. It looks like I have to make sure that it's at the top. But it looks like this. Everyone can see that, right?
Yes.
This thing kind of starts to shift and turn. You can hear the rustling sound as it does. It will, first of all, yawn and then begin to shuffle its way over to the fallen Claudia, kind of past you, Mikey.
Hello? That's also my friend.
It will stop. You say friend. It turns to look at you and then yawns again and stretches. Friends. And then it reaches out towards your face.
I will move my head out of the way.
It tries to sway over to match your movement, but not very quickly. You notice that it's about a half as fast as you are.
Yeah, I guess as it's going, I'll just
excuse me, are you the one that's growing all this? It seems like you are. I just figured I'd ask.
Rand. Claudia, you're able to shake free from the sleep in time to see all of the humanoid plant structures in this field are coming to life and repeating, friend, 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 friend. They're all just waking up and stretching and yawning in the sunlight.
Okay, yeah. I'll be your friend. You don't have to grab me though. That seems a little maybe inappropriate. We haven't met. Do you have a name?
The plant man that you met, the first one, puts one of its grassy hands to its head and refers to itself as Green.
Green? Okay. Well, my name's Mikey. At least that's what my friends call me.
It kind of sways back and forth as you're talking. Green. It points at you. Green.
Yeah, I'm a little green too, you know.
Mikey, as it's pointing at you, you notice your feet are pretty stable, to say the least. You feel very stable, like almost rooted.
yeah, I guess I would look down to check my feet because
Yep, they're.
I'm used to being a flying boy now, and now being stuck to the ground might feel a little off.
There are roots growing from your foot into the ground. They're not coming up from the ground, they're coming from your foot.
Oh, Mikey will actually kind of like bend down to examine his own feet rooting. A little confused because he's never done that before. And then look at his new friend Green and just go,
I'm sorry, are you doing this? I've never done this before.
It's swaying back and forth. And then as you expect to hear an answer, you just hear it is asleep. And the other plant people that woke up also have fallen asleep, it seems. They were yawning, they were moving, and now they're just slowly falling over and their heads are dropping back down until they look more like weird hedge sculptures than they do humanoids. The roots that are currently growing from your feet are no longer growing.
if that's the case, then I will unroot myself.
Yeah, it's not hard. Once they are not growing anymore, you can just reassert molecular control, retract, or break them off, your choice. But either way, there was a moment when you were rooted into the ground where it just felt comfortable and almost like this is okay. Of course, they did put Towner and Claudia to sleep, and we're about to root you there. Well, while they were awake. At this point, however, they are currently just still sleeping. So if you want, you can try to make your way away from them, or further investigate these very strange green men named Green.
Yeah, I think he would try and wake up Towner if Claudia's back awake. He'll, I guess, look over to her and be like,
Maybe it's just me, but you didn't happen to grow roots, did you?
Did I? Like
No, you
she'll look
didn't.
over and just look up and go, nope, I'm fine. Why do you ask?
Oh, well, I did. That's probably just a specific thing. For me, I guess. I don't know. I guess we should probably get Towner and make a quick report about this. It doesn't seem like it's malicious, but it definitely is probably something to avoid. If we are, if we're falling, prey to this thing, I guess we need to make sure that, others don't.
Right. Yes. We gotta get a report out as soon as possible. And is Tanner awake or like waking up?
Towner is gonna be groggy and a little out of it. He was hit particularly hard by this because of his nature of his cells actually try to consume things constantly. So he probably consumed some of the sleepy goodnight powder pollen stuff, and just that's the only way to explain it. You can even see there's like little bits of residue on him.
Yeah, if we can get him up and moving, so we don't have to carry him out, that's I guess I feel like easier. So yeah, we would probably do that and start to head out. But yeah, Mikey would definitely take all of his collect all of his samples and everything to take back, since we have a new plant friend.
As you're departing the grassy field, the person Green, the humanoid figure, is awake again, and he just waves goodbye to you.
Mikey will wave goodbye back.
As he's waving, you see that the grass is beginning to move and shift, and all of them are beginning to just slowly drift to the left of your field of vision. Like as if a very gentle wind were just blowing them all. They're still asleep, but they're on the move.
They look like they're looking to like spread out or like leave the area that they're in, or is it still kind of
just moving.
contained?
They're it's like if there is a grassy grove that they're in, this little field, it's moving with them, like almost like a stage, and it's just slowly, gently drifting through the rest of the like surrounding nature and scenery.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, with that in mind, yeah, Mikey again would make sure that we all get out of there safe and sound, and that we eventually, I guess, whenever it's reported, that it's just noted that hey, they're not dangerous, but it seems like if you stay there too long, you will either fall asleep or start to convert into plant life, and don't do that, maybe. So just put like a warning out that
Warning and maybe like kind of like a buddy system, so that if you do go alone, that you don't go alone, because that seems like it would be a bad idea.
After they have moved far enough away, Mikey, you hear something flying through the air. Like, just can't quite tell where it is. It's coming from somewhere maybe north, so across this field from you. The grassmen stop and turn, or one of them does, Green, and seems to lift its hand to point to something before a bottle full of fuel with a lit cloth falls right onto him and begins to burn him down, spreading around him very, very rapidly. He tries to start to pat himself, but the fires are raging on him.
Yeah, seeing that happen, Mikey will immediately spring into action and just go, Claudia, I need that helicopter downed. And he'll run over, and as he's running, like his hands will be out, just I guess kind of just, I don't want to say leaking, but he'll just be creating like ooze to like try and like help wet the area so that the fire doesn't spread.
Okay.
He can't like shoot water out, like he's not like, he doesn't have
Yeah,
any
yeah,
like
yeah.
hydrokinesis or anything like that, but like he can try and help put this guy out that's on fire with his weird, overly wet hands.
And I guess I'm gonna try to take down the fucking helicopter.
Oh, it's not a no. There's no there's no
Or no,
helicopter.
something flew over. Or...
It was a Molotov cocktail that was thrown into right into the middle of this field.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, then if that's the case, yeah, then Mikey would have Claudia running, I guess, the opposite direction of where the Molotov came from. Because if nothing else, she can throw ninja stars and he can shoot bullets, and I think that's a much larger escalation.
Yeah, of course.
And he's got to put out the fire. So
Claudia, you're in pursuit of the attacker, the person who tried to throw a Molotov cocktail into this field of peaceful plant people. Mikey, give me a. We'll say, let's see. Give me a power roll against a passive difficulty of 4. To try and put out this fire before it spreads too far. With an invoke, you may be able to do that.
I would like to invoke.
Okay. What do you invoke?
I'll invoke my depth, being sunlight.
Okay. Your attunement with nature and the better parts of it allow you to quickly put out this fire as much as you can smother with your goopy physiology. Unfortunately, I mean, you stop the fire from spreading out to the other grass people, but Green, the one who was burning, is very, very badly charred. Like, if this was a plant, he's dead. He's still sort of moving a little bit, trying to slowly put out smoking parts of himself. But he is, you can tell that he's on his, he's very brittle now from the burning and the fuel splashing on him. Claudia, you give me a speed roll.
Okay.
Okay. You are. Well, let's see, actually. You are running to catch whoever it is that did this, but you notice that a snake of fire is currently winding through some of the dry. There's like a trail of dry grass, and the serpent of flame is going right through it towards you, trying to cut off your path from your pursuer. You can either go through the fire and eat 3 physical stress, or you can just stop here. Or you can burn your 2 fate points and just jump it to get closer to your who you're pursuing.
You know what? I will burn those fate points to get closer to who I'm pursuing.
Okay. Once you are so how do you what do you do? Do you just ninja roll through it? What do? Do you just leap over it like an Olympic vaulter?
Yeah, I imagine what she does is she kind of crouches low and then like she was jumping over one of those Olympic what are they called? Pole vaults, and just jumps straight up, right over.
Okay. As you're jumping up, you can see that the person you're pursuing is already on a motorcycle, and what you can see of them is that they have a very heavy, looks like homemade gas mask on, with very thick goggles. You have one shot at them before they take off. What would you like to do?
She will kind of aim at the motorcycle's wheels, and I imagine she will probably just spit out like a lot of little shuriken like things to try to pepper it with, pepper the tire with puncture marks.
Okay. Give me a precision roll, passive difficulty 3. You are high enough in the air. You you burned your remaining 2 fate points for this. The difficulty is a little lower because you have the aerial advantage.
Precision?
Yeah, precision.
Okay.
You do manage to nail the tires of this motorcycle dead on. The person who's about to take off goes to start up the motorcycle, goes to take off. Motorcycle obviously isn't going where they want it to, so they kind of like crash into a rock, a very large rock in the field. They're flung from their motorcycle further into the grass, far from the field, but not so far that you can't possibly apprehend them. Which I would assume you would like to do.
Yes, definitely gonna apprehend that plant murderer.
Okay. Catching them is easy. They are a normal human. Seems to be you can sort of tell by the gear that they have on. This is likely a farmer who made this gear out of what they had on hand from like pesticide spraying, from like they have a protective tarp that's usually meant to keep their plants from being completely murdered during a sudden frost, that sort of thing. Though Guam doesn't have those too often, they happen every now and again. You're able to apprehend this individual. It's an older man. You can choose to take him in well, obviously you'd want to take him into custody. And you can do that most certainly. Are there any immediate questions you'd like to ask this person before we return to what's happening with Mikey?
Obviously, she'll go, why would you do this? This is just a fucking peaceful plant.
The man that you've captured just keeps repeating the same thing. It's not natural. It's not right. They shouldn't be here. They're going to kill us all. I won't have it.
Who?
At men. Look at them. They kidnap our women in the night. They kill our livestock.
I don't think he's kidnapped any women so far.
Read the reports. I've called it in. Nobody ever came out here. And then you guys came, finally, to put me away? What a joke.
He just seems fucking normal so far. Like, yes, people fall asleep in it, but that's why you just don't go near this place. He doesn't look like he's kidnapping anybody. I mean, we'll investigate and make sure if this is true. But so far, he's just a weird plant guy who kinda has people fall asleep near him.
Monsters always align with their kin. You're one of them too.
I said I'd investigate, make sure that your claims are true, if they are, or if they're not.
He just clamps up and looks at you with scornful eyes. You can hear him muttering under his breath. They're monsters. Just like my grandfather told me. Stay away from monsters.
You can't just call something monster and then throw a Molotov cocktail at it. He could be innocent, he could be guilty. We have to find the truth of the matter. We can't just go around accusing everybody of being a monster and arresting them.
He mostly clamps up after this. Mikey, Green is fading. You can tell he's not long for this world. He's no longer connected to his root system anymore. He's been burned off at the ankles. He's just kind of gently breathing and trying to reach towards the ground with his hand, scooping at or brushing the dirt with it.
Yeah, Mikey would be doing his best, I guess, plant care to take care of him. And I guess helping him dig a little so that, and he's like, "Oh yeah. You don't. It's okay. You don't have your, your feet roots, but you can, people graft plants all the time to other plants. You can just connect right back. You just got to get to the root."
Green eventually gives up on brushing at the grass and just at the dirt and just lies in your arms for a moment before pointing at you and kind of again brushing your face. It's just plant. He just has grass blades for a hand. It's not. There's no bones or obviously he's team no bones, but it's just like a gentle kind of grass brush before he just kind of says, "You green now, green sleep." And then he begins to just fall backwards, and the plant matter that he's made of begins to fall to pieces.
Yeah, Mikey. I guess if there's more, if there's more plant like features around, then yeah, he would start looking around at them to see if maybe, like in the same way that plants with connected root systems can kind of share a collective consciousness. If green is still somewhere there, or if someone else is still there, or something else that is that shows intelligence.
The rest of the plants, instead of looking at the fallen green, are looking up towards the sun. Some of them have you can see now their hands kind of pushed together almost like in prayer as they begin to blow again towards the west now as a group collective, leaving behind the fallen green.
Yeah, Mikey, I guess Mikey wouldn't really know what to do. He's never had a plant die in this way before. I guess he would go check on Claudia real quick.
Well,
and make sure she's okay.
There was one thing beneath the plant structure, the body. A very skinny merman body. It looks like it is kelpy and kind of weak, and it is no longer moving anymore. So this person is deceased.
Oh no. I would, if I saw a person there, then I would definitely dig them up.
Well, they were kind of like within, and you can tell, like, if this was a human, this would be a human who is very, very malnourished. They're about, like, we'll say 60 pounds as an adult male. That means just like if there's no bones, so it's just like skin, very, very, very thin organ, no hair, completely emerald green skin and like features, almost alien.
Yeah, I guess is the body connected to the root system, or are they separate?
It was connected to the root system, but when it burned, it got detached.
Okay. Yeah. I guess Mikey would try and unearth them just to like take a look at like the full like person that was buried there, and see that they're no longer connected to the rest of them.
Yeah. The root system that was growing out of their feet was extremely similar to the roots that were growing out of your feet. It was connecting them to the ground. And now that you can see the body inside and the outer shell, you can tell that this person, this merman, maybe started out similar to you, but then accepted these roots and just stayed here growing like this.
Yeah. Then he would definitely start to to bury them back. And while he's doing that, probably apologize for not getting there quicker.
There really wasn't a whole lot you could have done for this person, Green. Though you get the feeling Green isn't really a name so much as a state. Just judging by the fact that they said that you were green and that it was green. But we'll call him Green. Green, the deceased, at least seems, you can tell by the expression on his face, withered as it is, dried, now exposed to the air. It seems peaceful.
Yeah, before like fully rebearing Green, Mikey, since he can kind of, since we're all mermen, we can control our bodies on a molecular level, will create like a salve on the body that in his own head is full of what he thinks a plant might need if there's anything that might still live, that he's
Okay.
basically just creating like what is it, like Miracle Grow goop.
Give me a stare at the sun roll. The passive difficulty of, we'll say, 5. This is a very strange. You can fate point it once and you would succeed in this.
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay. What do you invoke? I mean, you could just do. Well, you have a lot of things you can invoke here.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I feel like I'm gonna. Yeah, my depth again feels pretty solid on that.
Okay. The salve that you created then, with the sort of molecular control that you have, your expertise in these things, and maybe even a little bit of travelers, I would say, gives you some sense of spin. So you can sort of tell the right way to apply this salve on the body of this plant man, on Green. You get the feeling that there may be a chance this thing could regenerate. For now, however, it is, as Green said, asleep. Either a protective coma or just, passed out from the damage. This is a difficult case to try to wrap up in a lot of ways, because what do you take in your culprit? I mean, now you can check in on Claudia if you want. Claudia does have the culprit apprehended. Is this attempted murder? Environmental terrorism? What is it?
I mean, I would. I mean, not knowing the law at all that well, I would say that this is at least an attempted arson. Like, if you start a forest fire, like, you're still in trouble for it. I don't know what, you get in trouble for, but like, you can't just start forest fires in like anywhere.
Also, like, he was using a Molotov cocktail, which I think that's supposed to be an improvised explosive device, so that's got to
Sure.
be some kind of law against just throwing that shit anywhere you want.
Definitely. There's a lot of things that you could probably take this guy in for. But I will say that the mass of plant people is moving at about, we'll say, they're moving at about 3 miles per hour. They're not very fast, but they are very steady. They will keep moving. They're kind of at a slow walk, just drifting through the grass, and they'll just keep going. It doesn't seem like they're stopping for their fallen friend. Most are still like in the prayer position towards the sun. So you kind of have your option to. I mean, well, how would you like to wrap up, I guess, your investigation of this? You have your samples, you have your culprit, you have kind of new information to provide any authorities about this very strange drifting plant collective. Is there anything else you'd like to do before you depart from these grassy hills?
No, not really. I mean, I feel like he's got his samples. He's had a sad moment of quiet reflection. he's now got to deal with the paperwork of this arsonist. I think that's it. Like, yeah, I think he would really stress that, like, hey, yeah, it's weird there, but like, just don't bother it. It is nature, even though it doesn't seem like it, because it's so at peace with itself and not the kind of, like plants fighting each other to try and survive, everything like that. It just for right now, leave it alone, and maybe he's got a lot on his plate. He's probably thinking about Russia, and like now he's dealt with a dying, mer person who is very much like himself, and yeah, he's probably just got a lot. So right now it's just process the perp, process the information, and make sure more people stop going there and messing with the plant people.
Okay. That information will get like filed in the police report on this incident. The farmer in question is from the local community. He did lose his he is divorced. His family left him suddenly and without notice. Although kind of following up on paperwork, you'll see that they just moved cities in the night without telling him because he was an alcoholic. It's easy to piece together then that he thought that these plant people stole his family and attacked one of them in a rage. For the information that you provided to the kind of environmental authorities of Guam, they will keep an eye out, although notably you can hear in the background one of them joking about sending a samurai out there with a weed whacker.
If he overhears that, he's just gonna go, they don't attack, they don't do anything. If anything, they're I don't know, they're on a pilgrimage, they're heading west. So I don't know if they're going to, I don't know, get in somebody's backyard, just, I don't know, turn them. They're plants. Like, they're not, if it was a swarm of locusts, that's another thing, but they're trees. Nobody gets mad about having too many trees.
One of the local, we'll call them island rangers, just kind of quick, you can hear them quickly pick up the phone and say, yeah, sorry, that was an intern. We'll take it seriously. No problem, detective. Real
Okay,
bleeding heart, huh?
I mean, a man committed arson and set fire to a bunch of land where semi-sentient plants were existing. I mean, if they were people somebody throws a Molotov cocktail in front of, a normal park filled with people, you wouldn't be like, well, so one guy got set on fire, right?
Oh, operative word there. If they were, right? These are just plants we're talking about.
Yeah, okay. And at one point we were just fish, so. And he hangs up.
You hear, what? Before you hang up. The park rangers of the island, Mikey, you may or may not be familiar with, are sort of like the overworked department because they have to deal with so much weird shit just growing in their backyards. Yeah, you're beefing with them now. The samples that you collected from Green and from local, the plants near the area tell you, well, you know what? Give me an understanding roll, and I'll tell you what they tell you.
Okay.
Very good roll. They tell you two things. One, these plants are very, very hardy. They are growing in abundance and very well. They don't show signs of insect damage. So these are almost ideal crops or plants. Like it's like they're growing in ideal conditions. The second thing that you can tell from some of the samples, specifically those collected from Green, they are very similar to your own cells. Not quite identical, but close. They have a resemblance in terms of their makeup and their chimerism. This individual, this Green that you kind of replanted, also has marine plant DNA or cellular qualities. In other words, these Green people are kind of like your people in a way. If you were in the wild as a merman, they might have been your school, but because you are a civilized man of the land, you live among humans, have a name, walk around, wear clothes, and don't just sit in fields meditating and praying as they do. Still, there is something seductive about the idea. It seemed very peaceful until people attacked them. So I have to ask you a question. If you had the opportunity, Detective De La Cruz, do you think you would retire to a place like that?
Oh, retire?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, that sounds pretty great for everything that Mikey kind of is. And now, yeah, there is kind of this, like, I don't want to say necessarily like a pressure, but like he feels like he owes the plant people in green something after, you know, I mean, if he wasn't there, they all probably would have burned up. So that's, he can feel good about himself for that, but also like a man was set on fire in front of him and died, which is sadly not the first time that's happened in his time with Aqua. Oh, with the other time I just was speaking more generally about, like, when the trenches caught fire and Soft Cell was trying to do a genocide and dealing with that.
Okay. Then you have a new aspect you can invoke. You have green blood. When it comes to plants, when it comes to plant-like organisms, you have a sort of kinship that you have acknowledged. This is an aspect that will just allow you to occasionally talk to smart plants and also maybe relate to plants a little better than people. Sometimes. You can feel your awareness to plants kind of like grow a little bit.
Cool.
Claudia, you aren't green, but your affinity for sunlight has also illustrated to you that there are some very strange cryptids out there. Some of the mermen, maybe more than that, that are trying to live in some sort of harmony. Um, and as you're back at the station, kind of helping Detective De La Cruz file this / getting Towner a cup of coffee, you can't help but to be reminded of the vision of Avicii eating his child. The Titan Avicii grabbing and consuming. Now, it was then just an anonymous, merman or you. Now you can see that in this vision, as you think of it, him grabbing green and eating that merman. There's something ominous in this feeling of, we'll say it's unfortunately a type of clarity that there may be no room for peace if Avicii comes back to sentience, or we'll call it awareness. Things like green won't live.
Yeah. Guess we're gonna have to fucking make sure that man doesn't ever get sentience back.
Yep, gotta kill your dad. For the rest of you at the station, then, I suppose that you hear the story once you get back, presumably after fucking with Dr. Worm and making sure that he doesn't have any kind of inside advantage on any investigations into his operations. You may hear the story, however much Mikey wants to tell, of these grass people living out in the wilderness of Guam very peacefully until something decides that they shouldn't have a peaceful existence anymore.
Are we hearing back from the
The Dr. Worm, yeah, the Dr. Worm investigation.
Time to go report in about Dr. Worm.
Yeah, probably make a case for how it should be an undercover operation. Or one already started, I guess.
Well, we found out where all the bodies went.
Yes. So your two groups together can collaborate on the information that you learned from Blue, Ice Peak, and Enya. You find out more about the missing bodies of the natives. You get to know more about or hear about Dr. Worm. And for you three, you hear about these very peaceful grass people. Rust, upon learning of these grass people, is very interested to know if there are any mushroom or lichen people, but unfortunately, you didn't see any.
So, somewhere out there, there's a drifting group of plant people?
It's complicated, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, given how non-violent they are and they're just kind of existing, that's literally the best case scenario. Like, we can just not really deal with it other than making sure that nothing happens to them because they're just existing.
Yeah,
You know.
kind of like us in a way. It seemed like.
Yeah, I mean, like literally anything else that's alive, just just trying to live.
Well, hopefully they drift more towards the countryside. The benefit of them being close to the city is that we can get called. But I do think that maybe as far away as they can get from the city's better.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of saw what happened when one guy got this weird idea in his head that they were kidnapping women and all other kind of stuff. That he just decided to commit arson and try to murder them.
We should really see about if there's any strings we can pull to get mental health services really flourishing in the city.
I mean, weren't you trying to turn the House of the Rising Sun into something like that? I mean, I know it was formerly a haunted drug den, but I know we've been trying to turn it around.
I could still use. Yeah, that's a whole project in and of itself. We've been so busy.
Have you considered getting someone to run it for you? Make it an official, I don't know, place for recovery?
That would be pretty ideal.
The captain was talking about recruits.
You're onto something there. Don't think that there's much of a chance that we'll need any before we go, right?
I would simply put in a request for one. I am supposed to go to class to learn to be more human. Perhaps mental services are part of that.
Mental services? Like, I don't want to sound like an idiot here, but what do you mean?
Therapists,
Counseling.
counseling.
Letting people know that they're gonna be okay, even under stressful situations. Or rather, after them.
You hear a voice come around the corner from your group room. Did someone say stress? The chief is rounding the corner with a Hawaiian shirt on. We're going on a vacation. Is there any need to stress yourselves out any further?
I don't know if this is appropriate dress for a vacation.
Isn't it? He kind of looks down at his shirt. This costs me quite a bit of money.
I mean, like, aren't we going to Russia where it's cold as hell?
No, Well, that won't bother me much. Not that I can tan, but cold really doesn't have much of an effect.
Not
Heat
all of
neither.
Russia's cold.
Oh, good to know.
So you did not raid De La Cruz's closet for that.
He looks down at himself and then looks at De La Cruz. Are you implying that I dress like the detective over here?
That would be, yes, the conclusion.
Well then, Detective De La Cruz, I must say you dress sharply.
Mikey has a big dumb grin on his face, and he's just like,
Thank you. That. Thank you, sir.
Chief, you didn't mention that you were coming along, did you?
Didn't I?
Oh. I feel like maybe it just went unsaid. Or.
Ah, well. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Besides, I've got a bit of a double working the shift for me. It just sits there as an automated answering machine, a light that casts a silhouette. It's just a dried dermis filled with old laundry. But it has the appropriate do not disturb signs and such. And I've ordered the secretary to redirect all calls to my phone. This is a trick I've learned from 1980s American comedy.
Chief, I'm not sure you want to hear your phone all the time.
Quite resourceful.
No, it will be fine, really. I'll be able to spend a little bit of time outside of a shipping container. And during that time when I'm inside, I'll just answer calls and do business. But by being near the action, I'll at least be able to provide any assistance that I can. And trust me, you may need it. Besides, I haven't been off the island in quite some time. I wouldn't miss this opportunity. And if I die heroically in the line of duty, well, that would look quite good, I think, in my obituary. I'm kidding, of course. I am likely more resilient than any of you.
Noted. But, right, you have to be there for when things hit the fan back here in Guam.
Don't worry, things will be under control. Right now, think of me as your handler. But not in any sort of official capacity. Officially. Though I am the chief. Just off the record. You know, did I interrupt something? It seemed that you were having a discussion.
Oh, we were just catching up.
Yeah, just catching up with a couple of cases that came up recently.
Yes, I did see something about plant people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some guy threw a Molotov cocktail into an area of plant people, and they kind of die horribly.
In this investigation into the missing bodies.
They are found now,
Right.
technically.
If it were more up to me, I think that I would stay and probably personally deal with this Dr. Worm business, but we have more important matters currently. In which case, I will see you all tomorrow morning, I believe. The Dorbo Shoreline property, that is where we are supposed to depart. I'm not quite sure what the means of transportation will be, but I'm promised it will be interesting.
Hopefully it's less interesting than the River Blood last time.
We already crashed the cursed plane.
Well, I will be sure to bring an extra Bible with me. That seems like it won't do much. Maybe it will stop a bullet. If I keep it right here. He taps his chest near his heart. I've seen that in another action movie. He begins to walk away as he's talking about it. It was very good. A person got shot, the bullet stopped by the Bible, thrilling, gripping, really. I wonder if it could be done in practice. He's just kind of talking to himself as he's walking away. Wonder what sort of edition that Bible was.
It would sure have to be thick if it was Bible.
Yeah, having departed, the chief has informed you that departures will be tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Dorbo Shoreline property, the one that they bought and developed quite some time ago. You thus have one night before you leave for Russia aboard, well, whatever it is that Dorbo has there. With your night, you are free to do or wrap up whatever you'd like. So we'll just go through it briefly, I suppose. Ice Peak. You don't sleep normally, so throughout the
Yeah.
night,
I sleep in shifts.
you and Harlan can work on that scalpel. Actually, forging it out of coral steel is not too difficult. Coral steel fabrication is easy sometimes if you have the right technology for it. And Harlan doesn't seem to sleep, so he will help you to forge that scalpel. What other features did you want to add to it?
Oh, well, I just pictured it as like a red blade from the pearl, and then the rest of it is sort of forged into the coral steel.
Okay. Give me a slither roll real quick. Okay. You are able to just nick yourself with this instead of badly cut yourself while you're fabricating this steel. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage to you. You probably cut yourself before, though. It's a little embarrassing for a medical professional to cut themselves with a scalpel. The reason you did it in particular is this blade seems like it's maybe a couple millimeters longer than it looks like. It looks, it's just off just the slightest amount, which isn't great for a scalpel, but is an interesting property of this metal. You're not really sure why it cuts a little farther than the blade goes. This might make it not ideal for normal surgery. Unless, of course, you account for that.
Fascinating. I will take it into account.
Harlan, who has examined and helped you to forge this blade out of coral steel and to incorporate elements of a pearl on it, seems a little disconcerted with the creation of this blade. Seems cursed.
It might be.
Dangerous. Just don't keep it tucked into your pants.
I will make it a case, I suppose.
And one more thing. Don't think that this lets you challenge a samurai to a duel.
I have no wish to duel anyone, but at least I have something if necessary.
Want to ask you a question, and I don't want it to be personal or sentimental.
I will pretend that it is not.
There is a chance, a very great chance, that what we are undertaking means we won't return to the island one way or another. I don't suspect that we will all be coming back. Do me a favor.
Yes.
Make sure Joni comes back.
Is Joni coming with us?
No, not officially. But I know her. And I know she'll be there. So, pass it along to your friends. If you see her, bring her back and don't let her stay in Russia. Good.
I do not wish to leave people behind. Not again.
Good. Then we understand one another. If you fail to do this, I can tell you with great certainty I will return as a ghost. And a vengeful one at that. He tightens his gloves and then forms a fist.
I hold up both hands. Although I would find your ghost company comforting, I shall do as you say.
Trust me. You wouldn't. As he says that, you see him just begin to fade from sight. Like, just he walks a little bit backwards into the shadows until he's just gone. You now have your scalpel. Harlan says that if you see Joni, take her out of Russia if things go weird or bad. For you, let's see, Enya, you wanted to make sure that the House of the Rising Sun had something sort of going on, or you're just checking to make sure things can run there while you're gone, I'm guessing?
You should probably ask, like, any fellow officer that's, to add just a little patrol to their thing. Because with ozone supplies going down, people are probably, like, agitated. And she'd probably, like, restock the community fridge, which she's set up.
Okay. As you're restocking the community fridge, you notice something a little odd inside of it. A can of tomato juice. You don't drink that, and you don't buy it.
She's gonna look at the labeling to see if it really is tomato juice.
It is tomato juice.
She's gonna think in her head of which resident, even unofficially, would possibly be bringing in tomato juice.
Any of the residents that you ask about tomato juice either express a simple no or a disgust with tomato juice. They don't like it. However, there is something familiar about tomato juice. Just don't really know what.
She's just gonna put it back. She's gonna look around one more time, like, in the room, before heading back to her office. Well, I guess it would be her own room.
Everything seems rather organized. Everything is pretty much the same way that you left it. The residents that are able to seek any kind of rehabilitative care here or just a place to live are, as always, a little bit belligerent sometimes, but mostly thankful that they have anywhere to go that has a roof. A few of them seem somewhat weirded out as they mentioned that there are strange people moving through the city now trying to pull them in. You know that they're talking about Daganites. But otherwise, like, you're not missing anyone here. Well, any more than usual. People go missing from this place kind of not infrequently. It's not that they're necessarily in danger per se, but more that you have people who like will relapse or go to other drugs or just vanish for a day or two at a time. So there's no kind of bump in that sort of activity yet that you know of. You just know that there are murmurs about like the Daganites offering their own sort of rehabilitative care for anyone that's on the streets and a merman.
Alright, well, she's going to call it an early night for herself, and before going to bed, she's gonna do like a prayer at the shrine that she has set up in her office to her dead partner.
Oh, when you go to check that shrine, it has been destroyed. Someone kicked it to pieces.
What the hell? Who would have? She's gonna grab at pieces and try to like put it all in one pile.
The pictures that you may have there. Do you have any pictures of your dead partner?
Sure, like 2 or 3.
Yeah, the eyes have been poked out.
Yeah.
Your head has been cut out of them.
What? Who could have done this? It's obviously very intentional.
Give me a gaze roll. Passive difficulty 3.
Alright, I'm gonna invoke.
What do you invoke? Ooh. So close. Another fate point will get you there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a second fate point. And
Alright.
I'm gonna invoke my drive, I'll never love again, so I'll just love everyone. Because she leaves her door open to the community so that they can come in. But, yeah. She does want to get to the bottom of that. And then, I guess the other thing, her motto, your lives mean so much to me. Because this is her partner and it's important, obviously.
Okay. With those invokes, you see something in one of the photos. Your partner in one of them is holding a can of tomato juice.
Why couldn't I remember that? Who's doing this? She's gonna leave her apartment to go check on the community room.
The community room is intact. There's nothing weird or wrong. It's just your shrine was shredded. The tomato juice was in the refrigerator. That seems to be it. In the House of the Rising Sun, in fact, it's a little bit more quiet than it used to be. Like eerily silent. Nothing's going on. It's just unsettling in its own way.
Yeah, she's gonna get the chills and head back to her room, but she is disconcerted. I can't. I have to focus. We have to get this done tomorrow. I don't know what's going on, or what sort of enemy I've made. That's it. It's just someone, an enemy on the job. It's not like I hide. And then she thinks about it. But how would they know about him?
Who can say? You maybe try to rest throughout the night, but it's not easy to do so. For you, Claudia, you are probably. It's probably very weird to be home alone for you. Like your kids are there constantly. So as you're getting ready to head out to Russia, you too are facing a bit of an empty house. But that's something that gets broken, the silence, when you get a phone call.
She'll pick the phone up. Yay, hello?
A voice kind of quietly just comes over the line. Why didn't you help me?
What?
I thought we were friends.
Tiger?
Not Tiger. You don't even remember me. I'll give you a hint. Poppii. And then they hang up.
Boy. What do you even need help with? She just hangs up.
For you, Claudia, I'm sure you also have to put the final touches on these secure holdings for your children. There is a note that you may be having trouble filling out a line in your paperwork on this. Next of kin. Who, if anything happens to you, where will your children go?
Ooh. Hmm. I'm not sure.
You, as you're thinking about it, just begin to write kind of idly.
Wait, what?
Give me a durability roll.
Of course.
With a 1, give me another durability roll. You have 2 more left. Oof. Good roll. You stopped yourself before you write the end. You wrote out didn't finish.
Oh god. As she quickly erases that.
They'd be safe, you know.
She just quickly erases it. No.
Good. Well, who you write down instead? You have pretty limit. You have your friends. You have. It's hard to say. Who else could take care of your kids if something were to happen to you? Definitely don't want them back into the system or into the system at all. It's not very nice to merfolk kids. You know, bottlenose boys are kind of a testament to that. It's better for them to actually be in KLP's care than it is for them to be shunted around from foster home to foster home.
Yeah. I mean, she might write down, probably just one of her friends, yeah.
One of her friends, like okay, like a work friend, a personal life friend, or both, or like just
Yeah, probably one of our personal life friends, I'd say.
okay. You know what? Because we have the NPC, why don't we just you have a your police dispatcher, Jackie Stauber, I believe, um, is nice, is a nice person. Maybe that could be it. You have like kind of this list of police friends. You have Riley, Jackie, um,
Jackie's probably the closest she'd probably think of immediately.
okay. Good. Then Jackie Stauber, your very nice operator, um, is motherly enough, and yeah, she might overfeed them, but
That's a
that's
risk.
okay.
That's a risk I'll have to take in case I don't make it back.
They're growing children. They probably could, completely eat any meal. So yeah, you have that. You have that taken care of in the event that anything happens to you, but you really don't want that to happen. So yeah, it's better to be safe than sorry. Um, for you, Detective De La Cruz, you have a lot to think about, I guess. You met these grass people. It seems like they're not quite kin, but close. What do you spend your evening doing?
Yeah, he probably finished up with work. Probably made sure Rust got back to their apartment okay, because I assume Rust is still living there with him. And I don't know, maybe took a walk on the beach. Just needed to clear his head before he goes on an assassination mission.
You get a phone call as you're walking on the beach. Familiar number now, actually. Your weird friend Lazaro has called. He just keeps calling, so it's just he's just holding. If you could imagine, no, it isn't actually.
Okay. Yeah, I guess he'll answer.
Hello?
Hey, it's me.
Yeah. Hi.
So, we got the business tomorrow. Do you want to go get drinks or something before we depart? Maybe you know a place. I just want to get a little bit of wine in me. Like, touch, just a scooch, a little bit.
No, I mean, I'm at the beach right now.
Do they have drinks at the beach?
I mean, you could bring your own, but you're not really supposed to because with the glass it could break and, a kid could step on it or something.
You can't hear it, my friend, but my eyes are rolling.
Okay, all right, I'll send you an address.
Great. Bueno. And he hangs up.
Yeah,
Bien.
Mikey will send him the address to Plastic Beach, but and it is BYOB.
Okay. At Plastic Beach, at some point later, you will find Lazaro there, chatting up a storm to the kid and the dog. The old man is actually awake and listening and wiping his head with a towel, as Lazaro is recounting old-timey tales. The old man seems interested in listening, and Lazaro, as promised for BYOB, has brought a comedically large jug of wine that he is pouring himself just one glass at a time out of. He offers a glass to the dog, but then takes it back. Joke. He's like, no, it's a joke. It's a joke. Senor, please. And then he just takes a quick drink of the glass he poured for the dog. When he sees that you arrive at Plastic Beach, floating food stand, he pours you a glass and then pushes it over. Come.
Oh.
I was talking to this. I don't understand the word. He points to the dog, but he's a good listener.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the dog. You have dogs where you're from, right?
I am
Dogs are not
fucking with you. Come on. He gives you a slap on the back. Ah, man. Jesus Cristo. Oh, am I allowed to say that? I'm not sure. He takes another drink of wine.
Can you?
What's the worst that could happen? He kind of shrugs, and as he does, a bolt of lightning actually strikes across the sky, which causes him to drop his glass and shield himself.
Well, okay, I guess that is, that's bad.
That's a coincidence. He like, as if sheltering himself, like ducks his head and pours himself another glass to make up for the one he dropped. Look, detective, we are living different lives. You are a cop, I am a criminal. But for tonight, we are just two dudes. Two dudes. He holds up two fingers, and then a third finger kind of springs up by accident. And then he slowly pushes that third finger down and holds the two up. Two dudes.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
So I want to see what's going on in the nightlife. You know, all the illegal places and where people go to like really gamble and have fun. And so maybe you could stand outside while I lose a few hands of poker or something, or you could even play if you have enough. I don't know what they pay detectives, but it's probably not much.
I mean, it's enough to live off of.
You sound too sober. He just now is pushing the wine towards you. Drink.
Okay.
Do you drink the wine? If you do drink it, it tastes just like it's a big jug, but it's cheap.
Okay. I mean, he'd probably have a glass, not to be rude.
Yeah. Seeing that you're like not really into drinking, Lazaro just like acts defeated, throwing himself on the counter almost with his arms sprawled out. Ah,
Are you okay?
just depressed.
About what?
Well, you know, this and that, but mostly that tomorrow we have to go to Russia, and I don't like Russia or Russians. And so far, you're like one of the only guys here in the city that I've met that seems cool, but you know, I'm working for the Antichrist. You're a cop, and like, it would be nice if I could just get another job. You know, just I don't know, like I think I'd be good at. He holds his hand up and just draws a blank. Mm, and then starts snapping his fingers.
I mean, you're good at like you can censor documents and things and people.
He scratches his chin.
Like that's a thing that you just can do.
Yeah. So I could, you know, like when there's a show on do people still watch television? Do they watch television?
Yeah, I mean, they have it, you know, mostly on our Uzeeks, but you know.
So if there was a thing, I could censor when on a kids show if somebody stubs their toe and says, "Ah, fuck." You know, like I could just right?
Yeah, I mean, you could do that, or you could do, you know, like people's personal documents, you know, evidence, things like that. You know, I mean,
And like, Mikey kind of stops himself, and then I'll just go. I mean,
like, Aqua's recruiting people, so if you ever
Oh.
want to turn it around,
So, like, do you think you could maybe put in a good word for old Lazaro Limoncello?
he goes. He probably just like kind of stares towards him and just goes,
I definitely can do that. I mean, if anything, like, you know, I guess everything happening with everything, my boss would probably see what's going on.
I'll have to think about it, but I'm in a bit of a contractual bind. So maybe I can get out of it. He strokes his chin again. Well, work tomorrow. Vino tonight. And he takes another drink of his very cheap, shitty wine. Bottoms up. It doesn't take long for him to just drink himself stupid.
I was gonna say,
Just wait.
Yeah.
Just he's barely sitting in his chair.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like being a merman in general, just there isn't a lot of drinking. There isn't a lot with drinking that can happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's no big deal. He's just drinking along with him.
Eventually, somebody bumps into you at the plastic beach stand. It's a guy with a visible knife tattoo on his forearm. You hear him sneer and say, "Watch it, fish stick."
Oh, okay.
Lazaro immediately, like the moment that he says that, he's swayed out of his chair and push this man over. The fuck do you think you're doing? You disrespecting my friend, man? I'll fucking kill you! And he just like begins to, almost in a Muppety way, flop around and try to kick and perform elbow drops onto this fallen man who's way bigger than him. You just hear a storm of Italian swearing as Lazaro unleashes a drunken and very ineffective rage on this prone figure. You can tell by the way Lazaro's fighting right now, he's hurting himself more than he's hurting this man.
Yeah, Mikey will get up and grab Lazaro and start acting as an intermediary between the two of them.
Fucking burn your balls off! He's like, you're holding him back. He is like kicking and trying to flail, but he just has regular human strength. So it's like almost like a child, like trying to hold back a hysterical child. You're able to restrain him pretty easily though, keep him from fighting this guy. The guy who he pushed down just like looks at Lazaro, looks at you. Do you have any visible police stuff on you, like a badge?
I mean, Mikey, in my head, like Mikey's normal like work attire, he does have on like an Aqua or like a Guam PD like jacket over his like Hawaiian shirt, so he can like zip it up and look a little more professional. But since he quit, he has been done with work for a little bit now. He probably is not wearing any of that. Like maybe he has his badge on him just in case he needs to stop a crime, but otherwise, probably no. I think he separates it out. Which,
Alright.
yeah, I guess if he needed to flash it, he would, pull it out.
Yeah, if you do flash it at this guy, he'll just like, he'll spit on the ground. Yeah, fucking cops. Just gives Lazaro an up nod and then gives him the middle finger, which causes Lazaro to flick his chin at this man over and over. Hey, fuck you, man! But he can't do much other than that. Once this guy eventually trods off, you hear the kid mutter under her breath as she's wiping the counter. That asshole's banned. The small baby used profanity. It's likely from Lazaro being there
Oh,
and
no.
swearing so much. You can even hear her repeating some of the Italian swears under her breath and giggling.
Oh, no. I taught the kid a curse.
Lazaro, though, for his part, once the guy's gone, he begins to sing what you can only imagine is an old soccer victory song in Italian, and just kind of, it's just this man is like 100% sloppy at this point. You can either put him in a taxi or you can do whatever, but right now he's pretty much out of it.
Yeah, he'll probably call a taxi or whatever service they use and just tell him to take him to the Dorbo like building on the beach, and if he makes it inside, that's fine. If not, they'll also get him. It's fine.
Okay. You put him inside of the taxi. Strangely, the taxi that comes is not really one that you recognize, the company. You can see that it had some other company's logo on the side, but that's been painted over crudely, and it now says After Hours. The man inside is just smoking a cigarette. He looks at the man that you've that's pretty much in the back seat, and then at you, and just nod. I'll get him where he needs to go.
Oh, okay, thank you.
He smiles at you and then slams his foot down on the gas and peels out at approximately 60 miles per hour. That taxi is breaking the speed limit. You can see Lazaro kind of just being bounced around in the back seat, just like flying around, basically. It's going real fast, though.
Yeah, I guess Mikey will. He probably doesn't have a radio on him. So he'll just like text, because I assume that that's a thing, like the helpline for the police, and just be like, after hours taxi, make a mention of like after hours taxi. Is it a real thing? Is it just some guy? Could we look into this?
Quick response: no, not a real thing.
I'm assuming at this point by now the taxi is out of
Yeah,
sight.
it's just gone. You
Yeah,
can hear
just
a cat
gone.
screeching and like garbage cans being knocked over.
Yeah, Mikey will just kind of shrug, because he's someone who reports to the Antichrist, like even invoking the name of Christ seemingly brought on his wrath. So like I'm sure he'll be there tomorrow.
You see that in the fight that he had with that man, Lazaro dropped a piece of paper. It's pretty crumpled and pretty dirty, but it's also censored, all of it, redacted every single line. So whatever it is, he censored it, and whatever is written on it, it's illegible. Even if you were to use any kind of like, well, I'll tell you ahead of time, any analytic tool won't be able to get through that level of censorship. It's just blacked out. It's just a bunch of black blocks of text, but you can clearly tell something is written here. Looks like a handwritten sort of note, piece of paper from a journal.
Okay. Yeah, he will probably. I mean, he will take it. He's not gonna leave it there. So yeah, he'll take that.
Okay. That is kind of your night then, dealing with drunk Lazaro, and the mystery of the after hours taxi company, which only existed now apparently and is not a real taxi company. I think finally we get to Blue. Blue, you are getting ready to depart for Russia. It's a big deal, obviously, and you probably have one or two things that you need to take care of before you leave, but mostly it's just in a matter of telling contacts that you're not going to be there for a week. Who do you get to watch your cat?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Um, I thought maybe either like a friend or even a neighbor in her apartment complex.
You you do have friends and neighbors. You also have there is one Aqua member who is not going with you, which is Rust.
I did think of Rust, but I wasn't sure if that was
It's on the
like,
table.
yeah.
Rust can watch your cat.
Okay, I'll see if Rust.
Okay, yeah, he will tell you to just drop off the cat at one of the little makeshift container offices near the where the Stella Maris police station currently is. Um, assuming you just go there, you will find that it is Rust and Lily and Polly and basically, yes, all of the pets. They are currently all crawling all over him, attacking him. Like he's basically under siege by a series of both large and small creatures. Yeah, Ollie obviously is there. Um, Rust is just staring at you from the darkness of his cloak and heavy hood. As you arrive to drop off Ember, he says, "Of course, I will take care of this cat. No problem. One thing, if you may, as a favor to me, detective. Um, may I ask a favor?
Oh, of course. What is it?
If you return from Russia and I have been torn to pieces and consumed by these various small things, could you say something nice at my funeral?"
Rust, are these animals trying to eat you?
No, but I am really afraid that they will.
I think they just like you and you'll be fine.
Yes, of course. I'm worrying for no reason. Please have a safe trip to Russia and Don't forget, um, my favorite meal is oatmeal made with old cabbage and fish bones. It's a specialty I like to call the mush of the sea.
Hmm. Well, that sounds lovely. Do you need some help with all these pets? It kind of seems like you do.
No, it's fine. You all keep collecting them and we keep caring for them. That's what Rust does. That's what Rust is good for.
Do you like this, Russ? Do you enjoy this?
Oh, one does not need to love their job to do it. And besides, the creatures are so funny and cute. As he's saying this, Lily is dragging a full-size revolver across the ground.
Blue's just gonna grab that from her.
Yeah, you get it. It's just a full-size gun, way bigger than Lily is.
Blue kind of like rubs her neck and looks like she feels bad. Um, Look, Russ, I know there's a lot going on right now, but we'll get some help for you with all this.
Yes, with my remains.
Also, no, Ember is quite self-sufficient. If you just leave some food and water, she doesn't really bother people. She does her own thing a lot.
Oh, she
And she
enjoys food.
cleans. Sh- She loves to clean.
Oh, this is wonderful. Well, then this will be a great help to me. Thank you. I I don't know what to say. This will be nice. Thank you so much, Detective.
No, thank you, Rust. And if anything were to happen to you, of course, I would say something nice.
Of course you would. Why wouldn't you? Why would I ever be afraid that people would speak ill of me after I am dead?
You're not going to die, though.
Of course I won't right now. Well, I wish you good luck on your trip, Detective. And, of course, come back in one piece so that you can put my many pieces to their proper rest.
You'll be intact when we get back. We'll all be intact.
Of course we will. Of course we will.
Are you concerned about something else right now, Rust? Is there anything else that you're
No,
worried about other than these pets?
though for some reason I feel an intense fear overcoming me. Just right now. You notice Ember is staring very, very strongly at Russ. I'm sure it's nothing. I'll be fine. Go on then. Have your evening. I'm sure you have plenty of old video games to play, or um vintage game shows, or knitting. Those are things I like.
Well,
I'm not
Blue,
very good at it. He holds out like a very badly knit mitten. It's got like three fingers, and you notice that two of them are just thumbs, so it's just two thumbs and a finger between them.
well, Rust, I think it looks lovely, and as you keep practicing, I'm sure you'll produce some marvelous knitwear.
Ah, optimism, the salve of the soul. Thank you, Detective. You are a ray of sunshine, though not one that would cause me discomfort and pain. That sort of sunshine is from the sun, the actual one in the sky. Oh, how I long to seize it and destroy it with my own tentacles. But enough of me. Enjoy Russia.
Well, Blue's gonna go squat down next to Ember and kind of give her a little scritch on the head and I don't know, like give her a kind of just give her a look and see how she's doing. Or do you?
Ember looks very stoic, we'll say.
Mhm.
Very stoic. Not very reactive for, well, cats usually aren't, but this one in particular looks. Give me a gaze roll to determine the mood of your cat. Ready to fight.
I feel like Blue knows, yeah, like knows Ember well enough. Maybe she'll find somewhere else to leave Ember.
Uh, well, Rust, if he notices that, he'll say, "No, no, it's fine. I can be. I am a part of Aqua. I can handle a cat. Really, it's fine. Trust me. I'm capable, Detective. Don't worry. Really, I'm not some sort of simpleton or I can do things that aren't hacking. I swear I can."
Uh, I just, I'm sensing my cat is not in her usual mind.
It will be fine. Look, just go and relax before your trip. I will handle this. He starts to push you out the door. Uh,
Mm,
Go on, get out of here, you.
Russ,
Maybe.
don't hesitate to put her outside if you need to. She's very self-sufficient.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Really, this is my big chance. I won't blow it. He finally, he's
No,
just
it's
kind of pushing you out the door.
gosh dang it.
Get out of here. Go on. I'll be fine. He closes the door when he pushes you out. You can, it just sounds quiet inside.
Uh, mm, okay.
Who's a good kitty? Kitty, kitty, kitty. You know, there was one episode of is that a claw?
No.
What is happening?
Wait.
Uh, you hear something inside. Sounds like a large weight being flung, and through one of the windows, you can see that a large mechanical stand is basically fully manifested and currently pushing Rust across the room with a broom. Rust is doing his best to fight against this, but he's just being rolled away into a corner. And then once he's there, the broom just starts pushing him in further and further as he fights for dear life against this cat. Ah! 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 What do you do?
I'm gonna come back in.
When you come back in, Russ is standing there peacefully, and so is
What?
your cat is just cleaning herself. Rust is reading a book upside. Did you forget something?
Are you okay? I thought I saw.
No, no. Everything's fine. You were just worried. I get it. Anxiety about your trip.
I really think my cat is up to something, and I'm not comfortable leaving her here.
Oh, look, I have all these pets. He motions to the pets around him. They'll protect me if anything goes wrong. They love me, as you said, right? He kind of picks up Lily. You do love me. And then Lily is just noticeably trying to pinch and punch at his hands, making little fuss sounds. Eh, eh. see, they're fond of me.
Oh no.
Old Rust.
Um, did I see what was happening to the other pets when I was out of the room?
They were kind of just off to the side. They weren't really involved.
Okay.
Really, go on, leave. You won't be able to find anyone else this late anyway. It's just there's a breaking in period, of course, where you have to get used to the pet, and the pet has to get used to you. You know, one time I had a potted plant. It died because of the lack of sunlight, but I had one. And that should be my credentials in this matter. Now, go on then. I have to prepare the meals and baths for these various small things. Well,
Mm,
except for the robots.
Rust, I don't know why you're being so insistent when clearly you're in danger. And she's
Because
going,
he
"Mm,
he gets in the way. He gets in your way for a moment. I'll tell you why. Because there's a fine line between a pet and a person. And I'll tell you what, I am not a pet. I am a person. That means I take care of the pets. And if you think that these pets are going to best me, then that's insulting. I'm a member of this Aqua Force just like anyone else. And just because they almost dragged me out of a cop car and beat me in the city doesn't mean that I can't fight like the rest of you and do my job. So just let me do my job. Okay?
no one's saying you aren't a person, Rust."
Then let me do the job.
But
He's really starts shoving you, though it's not very hard. Get out! Go! Go!
oh,
Go!
Blue's gonna try to grab her cat as she's being pushed.
The cat is gone.
Uh,
She's missing now. You notice that very distinctly. The cat is no longer where she was, and that means that somewhere in the room the cat is hiding and stalking.
I don't know if there's anything I can do to convey some kind of message to Ember. Probably not.
Once
Mm,
he has you towards the door, I mean, you could probably just try to. She is some kind of mer animal.
yeah.
So you could probably try to communicate, though Rust would definitely catch it too. Well, he might. Once he has you to the door, Rust stands there with all these pets already knocking things down behind him. My life, the entirety of it, has been one of darkness, detective. One where life truly does not bloom as it does here in the light. A competition between organisms for dominance and survival. I survived, no, thrived in such an environment. If you think that these small curiosities will be enough to best me, well, then my pitiful talk beforehand, self-depreciating as it was all too convincing. I am capable. I am a detective of the Aqua Unit just like you. I will watch these pets, and when you return, they will be better behaved, more obedient, and more friendly. You will see. Trust me, detective. Trust me.
Rust, of course I trust you, but this isn't supposed to be some fight for survival. You're just watching our pets, man. That's all it should be.
Life feels
Your
like
other duties are so valuable to us, and we all care about you, man.
oh, care. You can't see it, detective, but I am smiling. Oh, I haven't smiled in so long. He just slowly starts to close the door. Perhaps my last. He finally closes it, and then you hear a lock. Now, I'm not locked in here with you, pets. You're locked in here with me. And
Sorry.
it's hard to see what's happening inside. It just seems like a flurry of objects being thrown around the room and occasional screaming. Yeah! Oh! Ah! No, 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 no! Whatever's happening in that room. I mean, you could easily break in the door if you wanted, but he is fighting for his life, as he mentioned, against the full stable of pets. One of the windows actually gets broken out from an object being flung through it. I
what?
said behave!
I guess. I don't want to get help for him.
No, it'll be fine. You feel you can trust Russ to do this. Maybe.
I guess it's really something he has to do.
He has to do it. As you may, if you leave him to it, then deep within the pet container, the cargo container that's been converted into a living space, Rust is currently being dragged by Polly by the ankle, while just all the pets are just looming over him with wrenches, with sharpened pencils, with many different weapons and just improvised devices. But there is determination in this vampire squid. He won't die here.
Okay. Well, Blue's gonna
It'll
put
be
her
fine.
hand on the door and kind of like well wishes and I don't know, walk away.
That's all you can do. The man is determined. He wants, if he's going to die here, it's what he wants. So that's Blue's evening. Congrats, Blue. You condemned Russ to death. Good job. And then finally, Towner's evening. Towner, before he leaves for Russia, is currently engaged in the Guam Lifting Club send-off ceremony. Because he's leaving, many of Guam's strongest men and women have joined to say goodbye to him until he returns by engaging in competitive weightlifting. Even Santa Gold is there. Everyone is there just lifting weights with him. Towner eventually, a small tear escapes his eye as he realizes he does have a sort of like community here. Yeah, your samurai is there. Yeah, KLP and Kingfisher aren't there, but there are two like photos of them on the wall as if they're dead, like surrounded by flower wreaths. So that's how Towner spends his evening, just lifting weights with all of his friends. And when the morning comes and the sun rises in the east, now comes the time to gather at the shoreline for the departure. All of Aqua presumably is there with the exception of Rust, who, well, you said your goodbyes to him. You have, let's see, drag this out. There you go. Lazaro is there with he looks like death warmed over. He is on the verge of throwing up pretty much the whole time, like from the moment you get there to all other times. A few of the others are there. That would be Elena and Alsatia, who is in the back and rather pensive, eyeing your group, kind of pacing back and forth. She did not depart on good terms with Claudia.
Nope. Claudia is eyeing her very carefully. Like, mm,
And then finally, the man of the hour, Leroy, is also there, standing on the beach and watching the sunrise. You haven't seen him for quite some time, and he looks a little bit different than he did before. Changed his outfit, even. He turns to all of you when you arrive at the beach with his arms open. Greetings, travelers, and welcome for the grand rechristening of my beloved ship. Ah, Sunny and Yozan both developed this area for reasons they did not fully comprehend, but I do. You see, a time ago, a ship went down near this very shore, and that ship owes me everything. Every single thing. And so, I now call upon it. I call upon it to. He kind of looks to your group. Does anyone know a good synonym for rise? Ascend, maybe?
Yeah, that works.
Good. Ascend, my slave, Cotton Eye Joe! And he screams at the water as this great mass of cloud formation, looking like it's made out of shell, begins to push its way through the water and emerge from the surface, bubbling and brimming with mist. This massive ship before you all, as we go on our commercial break, is this great craft, the one he calls Cotton Eye Joe. And we'll take a quick break for that. Take 5 to 10 and we'll come back to it.
Okay.
What do you hate about Cotton Eye Joe?
It is a song name.
It was.
It does feel out of place though.
Does it? Can't imagine why.
Nah, it's cool, it's cool. I'm sure you have your reasons.
Yeah, sure I do.
Why?
Oh, BRB.
Okay, yes.
I am back. All right, who we missing? Claudia, I think.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, the chief as well. Well, we'll just jump right back into it. Audio be along probably. Yes, so the Cotton-Eyed Joe. This great ship emerges from the waves. And standing with his back turned to it, facing you all, is Leroy, who throws open his long coat to reveal the aforementioned outfit, which you can also see in the art channel, minus the giant wings. Leroy just kind of appraises the whole gathered group. Well then, who's ready for an adventure, huh? He just kind of motions to the ship as the plank emerges from it and then slides out onto the beach. This, my friends, is the Cotton-Eyed Joe. He holds an arm out towards it. Something of a ghost ship from legend. Cotton-Eyed Joe once belonged to a great and powerful king who knew many magics and enchantments. I happen to own it now, coincidentally. This ship was lost long, long ago, during one of its many voyages around the world, where it would, according to legend, appear near bridal parties and marriages held near rivers and shorelines, where it would gather its crew and go on its merry way on an eternal voyage of love. That is the Cotton-Eyed Joe. Shall we?
Yeah.
He motions towards the plank and then, he walks up it himself. Now, according to legend, they say that the owner of the ship would dance and delight all of the people at the wedding party. Every wedding he saw, and he would find a groom or a bride, or sometimes both, and dance the night away, and dance right onto this very ship, where they were so happy they'd never want to leave. And so, welcome your guests, then, crew. He stomps one foot, spiked heel down onto the deck, and you can hear shuffling coming from beneath it. And finally, these figures begin to emerge from different doorways and passages and hatches. These strange, ghostly humanoids are very definitely not people per se. They look more or less like the ghosts of legend. They are wearing bridal veils and dresses, quite fine, and look pale and weathered, and in some cases, not human in the slightest. Some are carrying trays, some are trying to take bags and belongings, and there are quite a few of them indeed. Each of them wearing very peculiar rings made of gold on their ring fingers with etchings and carvings upon them. Now, don't take too long. You've been out of work for some time, crew. But that break is now over, and a king has arrived. to claim what's his. So, hop to it. He snaps his fingers. And just as a reminder, don't tip them either. It just doesn't work like that. Go on then. Take my things. He kind of like motions towards him dismissive. You can see that one of them, the bride that's coming over to grab his belongings, is clearly crying. Another one that is lifting up heavier bags is just dead in the eyes. A groom is bringing him a cold bottle of champagne, which he uncorks and pours into a glass. Leroy waits and taps his foot and looks at his watch as the champagne is poured. Really must work on that timing, everyone. Really, really. Well, welcome aboard my ship.
Hey, whatever happened to that, ghost fiance that Sunny Fortuna had?
Exercised
Her eyes
with
widened.
prejudice.
Oh, just like that, huh? Alright.
Oh, I'm sure she's still floating around somewhere, a little scrap of her, but sad. She was hung up on a boy that just doesn't exist anymore. Oh, speaking of which, he pulls out a pair of glasses and puts them on, and then starts smoothing his hair back and getting it a little more managed. There. For this Russian expedition, I will be Sunny Fortuna. I mean, not now, but when we get there. When I am, I'm Sunny Fortuna. That is what the Russians and the Seven Nation Army know me as, and that is what I will be. It would be in all of your best interest to just go along with that. If they have any questions, I'll answer them, no problem. I think I do a pretty good Sunny impression. I like music, huh? He kind of smiles very awkwardly. Pretty good.
Oh, there was a little bit more to it than that.
Oh, sure, I'll stumble about and be generally weird, yet still somewhat attractive and shy. Charmingly shy.
Maybe that's how he got away with so much.
You could say that. I'd like to think that he was doing his best with what he had. And it was a lot for a person. Definitely a lot for a person. But he's no longer here to suffer anymore. So that's for the best. Like a sick dog or something.
He's really gone?
Of course. If I'm here, he's not.
Doesn't he go to heaven or something?
Heaven. Oh. Leroy just doubles over laughing. No. No, he does not go to heaven. That's so charmingly naive. Of course he wouldn't.
Perhaps in the future.
There won't be a future where he is anything. Trust me. I know. But before we get into the thinly veiled threats about killing me, there is one thing that we must do before we go. He holds out a hand. It doesn't matter which one of you, but there must be an agreement. An agreement on non violence towards one another. we can't depart until we shake hands. I agree that I will not harm any of you. And likewise, you will agree not to harm me. And this pact will be binding for the entirety of this foray. Now, I don't think anyone has a problem with shaking hands, right? It's just to put my mind at ease.
No, not at all.
Remember, one of you represents all of you, and likewise, my associates here, he motions towards the three with him, will not harm you either. As long as our pact is binding, it will not be an issue. So, who wishes to shake hands with Leroy?
And he's gonna look to the chief.
The chief seems uncertain and narrows his eyes. Looks at you, Enya, and then kind of like gives a quick nod.
Alright, yeah, and he's gonna step forward and offer her hand. I'm speaking for all of us then. We agree to this.
He pulls you in once you grab his hand. Do not try to double cross me, little fish. I am not Sonny Fortuna, and I am not nearly as short-sighted as Yozan Hamamoto. I am Adamus Leroy. I'm going to be king of this world. You are a helpful person to the king. Don't go out of your way to be anything else, and we'll be fine. He shakes your hand. A pact, then. A promise.
Right. Loud and clear. Both working towards one thing.
Right, you are. When you shake his hand for this agreement, you do feel something. Like, you hear like a bell chime. A little small tinkling. Then it's agreed upon. Good. Now I can get a proper night's sleep, which is fine because the captain's quarters have been hopefully refurbished and remodeled, and there will be new bedding, hopefully. He kind of starts to clench his fist and lean towards one of the grooms who's shaking. Do I have to hope, or is it a realistic expectation that that's been done, sir? He begins to stroke the groom's hair, which is just falling out between his fingers. There. He looks at the hair and starts to dust it off. Ugh. Weren't you a blonde at one point? How sad. We'll get you a wig. Then, friends, enjoy your trip on the Cotton-Eyed Joe. This ship has a long history of traveling here and there along the world, but the thing about it that made it quite intriguing as a property to own was that it was never seen between weddings. So, you can see on the shore that there are two people actually holding hands and like just looking at each other wistfully. There is one wedding. It may not look like much, but those two lovers are making a promise to one another that they will stay by each other's side for an eternity. Under normal circumstances, the Cotton-Eyed Joe would likely take on new crew. But in this case, I have not commanded it as such. Tough luck, Joe. We only need to go towards Russia then, where I have arranged for a similar wedding between, I believe, a farmer's daughter and some traveling businessman. both because I thought it would be good matchmaking and for the sake of that old tawdry joke. You've likely all heard it. Doesn't matter. That will be our departure point, or rather, our landing. We will go there, and the space in between will render us largely invisible. It works like that. Easy peasy. Transportation across the waters. Invisible to the world at large. Which means no security concerns, really.
Sounds pretty clear cut. Well thought out.
Indeed. The ship is fast, but not quite as fast as the cursed stuffed animals that Sunny liked to use. It will take some time. Faster than a normal boat, though, that's for certain.
Do you have any insight on Sunny's psychology?
He looks sour. Why do you care about him so much?
Well, yeah, you're
He,
right.
he was likable.
He was a pushover. He was a doormat, a wet blanket. He's lucky
I,
he didn't get his head cut off.
I enjoyed his company.
I'm glad that you did. You were entertained by one of my hands. Congratulations. I've got both of them now. I can do more entertaining if you'd like, but I suspect that what you liked was the herbivorous nature of Sonny Fortuna, oof, the spinelessness of him. Easy to walk on, easy to manipulate, easy to make friends with, as long as friends stay useful. Sonny Fortuna was a growing pain, we'll call it. I don't miss it one bit. Him or his little stuttering, stammering ways. Not fit for kings, that's for certain.
Yeah. You're right. Sorry, just being wistful.
I understand sentimentality. It is, after all, practically what powers this ship, almost literally. But we must keep in mind the present and the future. Going forward, it is, of course, Leroy. There is no Sonny Fortuna. Ever again.
Right, Leroy. And if things go according to plan, King Adamus Leroy.
Well, king informally. I'll probably take a title like emperor, or minister of the world, or potentate. Caesar is outdated, isn't it? I'll have to think on it. King is the natural terminology.
Everyone understands King.
Why are you so inquisitive and chatty on this subject, though, I wonder?
Oh, you say it was some sort of growing pain, but I just felt like I just went about Sunny wrong, was all, and I didn't really get to any sort of closure with that. That's all.
Oh! He taps the left side of his head. That's right. You invoked Jeff Lynn. Oh, that hurt him, you know.
Her eyes squint a little. Yeah, I can tell.
You see, the problem with Sonny that I don't have is that he thought that you were his friends. He trusted and believed in you.
The thing about friendship is that it's not just a one-way street. You have to give and take a little, and Sunny took more than we were willing to pay.
Oh, but that's where you're wrong. Uh, I'll tell you a story, and you can feel free to believe it or not. But do you remember when you were in the tower and he may have overheard something and disappeared just from view? And Yozan as well. They weren't gone, exactly. They were just folding space, and when they did, from behind cover, you may have heard a tick, 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 tap, tap, tap. Something against a wall or a floor, like that. Did you know that it's possible to steal a rhythm, take it away entirely? That tick, 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 tap, tap, tap. That dread that you felt was one of Black Swan's many gifts, to steal the beat of a heart. And one side fought against the other, one wanting to accurately hone in and steal the very pulse in your veins, the other begging and pleading, don't kill them. They mean so well. Can you guess which was which? Because I will tell you. It was Sunny who begged, pleaded, and cried, pathetically, might I add. Every single moment that there was an itch or impulse to use Black Swan to kill any of you, Sunny fought like hell to keep it from happening. He was determined not to do that, determined not to flex his power, determined to let you live. So he gave you technically your life, all of you. That is then beyond friendship. It's martyrdom in a way. Unfortunately, his reluctance to exercise such power is likely what led to his demise. Even at the end, so afraid of what Black Swan could do. I have no such fears. It is second nature, skin to me. So, now you know. And it is one of many things that I will tell you, I'm sure, in time, about your beloved Sonny. I suppose it will make you all the more wistful and sentimental that he is no longer here. You'll have to, in time, accept it. Leroy is Leroy. Beautiful, powerful, brilliant, and victorious at all times, Leroy. He takes a deep breath in and just lets his hair billow out as he stands at the front of the ship, his fists on his hips. Smell that ocean air.
It's pretty expansive.
And dangerous. Very.
Would this be your first time out in open waters?
That depends on your definition of first, but we'll say yes.
Well, I'm gonna go talk. Gonna explore around. Thank you. You've been gracious so far.
Of course, and if you need anything at all, and I do mean anything, the brides and the grooms of the ship will be happy to attend to whatever needs you may have. Just don't, kill them or anything. It would be a waste.
Yeah, she's gonna give a head nod and head back to where the chief is.
Sure. The chief is already setting up or receiving a box, a very large container. Rather, he's trying to set up a structure. Kind of shaking his head as he does so.
Are you trying to set up a fort?
No, this is my these will be my sleeping quarters. I don't think anyone wants to see what goes on when I'm going through my cycles. Something for dignity. Feeling a bit uneasy, detective?
Yeah, of course. I would think everyone is.
I had my doubts about this whole Leroy business, practically who he is or what, until I got here on this ship. Can be no doubt, and this is part of the reason I came to begin with. Higher ups likely would not believe what I have to say.
Yeah. Problem is, the Sunny Fortuna that we were in contact with before, now I knew that there was some sort of resistance in him. Like he wasn't sure of what the path he should actually take was.
Something of that nature, I'm sure.
This guy, though, he knows absolutely what he wants and what he's doing. I hope that we're not forced to step too much in line.
I will tell you ahead of time what information I can divulge. The pact that he had you agree to is in fact binding, and I don't recommend trying to act against it. Although he did say violence, so who knows what that practically encapsulates. I'm not up to date on my ancient cursed bindings of this nature. Damnable magic bullshit.
Yeah, she's gonna rub her face. Alright. We just have to feel the path along here.
I need to warn you, detective. Tread very lightly in these matters. The thing that you are dealing with is not quite a man. Again, suspicions have run deep for some time as to what this Antichrist really is.
By the way, out of character, the token to the left, I know Rust isn't here, but is that like a shadowed out figure among us?
You're right, Russ isn't here. Yes, that is a figure who is just standing on the boat.
Oh, is he like in our, is it assumed that he's in our entourage, I guess?
No, he's just hanging out on the ship. Kind of standing in the background.
Good touching base with you, Chief. And she's gonna kind of circle around to check out the shadowy figure.
The man was approached by one of the detectives. He stood there calmly.
Alright, this is weird, but she's gonna, like, put a hand up. Hey, yeah, I am one.
Ah. Greetings, he said as he shook her hand, and he does with a gloved hand. He introduced himself. My name is J.D. Chronicle. And how are you this evening? Or morning? Which is it?
It maybe morning. I'm good.
The morning sun rose in the distance as gulls swam through the air. Yes, swam through the air, glided beautifully. The light touched their wings in just such a way as to give them a golden aura.
Those are very pretty words. Are you with the Antichrist?
He gasped. No, of course not.
Chief didn't mention you. Are you with us?
With you. He pondered the question. Not quite, he said. More of an observer.
Her eyes kind of glazed over at that. Okay, observing for who?
History, he said. History. It's all around. It's everywhere. Well, how else would these stories be told?
So you're a storyteller.
In a way, he agreed.
Oh, okay, so you're not with any sort of organization? You're just out here by yourself on a haunted ship, observing people so that you can tell stories?
He nodded. That about sums it up. I have no real stake in the game, as it were, although I do tell stories to those who listen. There was a recent tale of boys on an island in great peril, but they escaped, and safely so.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Here, let me introduce you to the rest of my teammates. I think we all want to hear that story.
Ah, yes, a new audience. Well, certainly, he said. Take me to them, and I will regale them with the tale of the escape from Neverland.
Yeah, this way. And she's gonna take him over. Hey, everyone. I think this possibly haunted person might have some insight on what happened with KLP and the kids.
Well, for anyone who gathers to listen, JD Chronicle, first of all, gives a really. He shifts his voice a bit and then puts one hand over his mouth. Yes, listen to the tale of the escape from Neverland Island and the brave boys who faced down the monstrous threat of the Crown of Eyes. Michael, thrill and be thrilled by stories of worms, stories of roller coasters, and of course, of wigs and maidens.
They had to come across Michael? I can't believe this. Yeah, alright, so, what happened?
Well, I shall recount then. He corrected himself and then placed his hand back over his mouth. I shall recount then the tale of the escape from Neverland. And then he goes through the whole summary of what happened in those little mini sessions. From start to finish, not only does he recount what happened, he recounts even details and some thoughts that characters might have had, such as what happened to KLP, the fight for survival that he had on the island, Michael's thoughts and tantrum while he was alone after his wig had been basically dissolved, the fear that Maddie had, and the dinner that she was forced to have with Michael as he used history's worst pickup lines to try and seduce her.
Is there an open bar on this ship?
Sure, they run one.
Yeah, and he's gonna come back with like a couple things for people to like, throw one back while listening. 'Cause it's a lot.
Why? How do you even know half of this stuff, buddy?
Well, I was there, of course. I was there and chronicling it, as is my name, J.D. Chronicle.
Okay, but like some of this seems a little bit far fetched. No offense.
I can see that you are skeptical, he said, as he rubbed his hands together.
What?
Skeptical of my abilities to record and report.
Let's go with that.
Fine, then I will tell you one thing, and one thing alone. You may ask any question, and JD Chronicle will answer.
All right. Where is Michael right now?
Currently, somewhere in Guam in the jungles, where he is tracking down a suspected contact who has allegedly snitched on him.
That sounds believable. And those really did sound like Dolphin Boys. Say, Chronicler, what drew you to that island in the first place?
Or the adventure, of course. The thrill, the tale. Something to bring back to the folks at home.
Aren't you afraid of being in danger yourself?
No, of course not. My death is not in this story.
You just know that.
Of course, just like you know that the ground you're standing on is solid, I know that I am not to die. But I am also not to fight, nor am I to interfere, merely to chronicle.
Are you a human?
Are you?
No.
Then I suppose we have our answers about this subject. Now, it would be in poor taste for the chronicler to be part of the chronicle for this long. I would appreciate it if I could merely chronicle from afar.
Oh, right. It was nice meeting you. Thank you for telling us your stories.
Still not sure any of this is too real, but
Where do you normally report?
What did you ask?
Where do you normally report?
He tips his hat a bit. The other side. Of course. Where we all are. Just beyond the walls. Where they want to hear those stories. Where they like to hear those stories. Stories of bravery, friendship, camaraderie. Tragic tales of loss, which I suspect will be soon enough. For every audience and every age, a chronicle.
That's a little cryptic.
Well, having broken the fourth wall so thoroughly, J.D. Chronicle saw no other way than to retreat from them and to hide. He merely waved goodbye to them, and J.D. Chronicle waves, and then stepped backwards into the shadows which concealed him from view, where he could chronicle the events that took place
without interfering or being bothered by those chronicled. They would always know he was there, but they
Y-
would never know where he was.
Oh, can you not go into my bedroom? 'Cause this is getting real weird.
Hey,
It,
he's a respectable reporter. He would do that.
it is an age-appropriate chronicle, madam, please.
He didn't like to have to clarify himself on these matters, but it was understandable. He simply stepped away. And then you see as he like walks behind one of the clouded sails, he does just kind of vanish, fading from sight. Harlan saw that happen and is just kind of stares with it with his mask. Is that a demon?
I indirectly asked and it didn't really give me an answer.
I mean, you're the demon expert here, right? So, like, if he was a demon, what kind of demon would he even be?
Harlan is now just going over to the spot where JD Chronicle was, and he just seems to be looking and examining, tapping the ground with his foot.
Some kind of strange shade of a person. How did he do this? I want to know that secret.
Alright, he seemed pretty harmless though, so far. I'd rather befriend someone like that if they're gonna be neutral.
I Speak also goes over to the spot and observes it for a while. I suppose he has gone to he said the other side of the veil?
Yeah.
Veil?
I suppose it would mean death?
So, like, stuck in limbo, kinda?
I am unsure what happens after. It is not a place I have yet explored.
No, not death. Something else. I'm sure you've all noticed that there is a strangeness to this world that can't be explained away with simple. Well, I hesitate to call it science, but another side. Some other world in existence, a timeline, uh, a flow of events, something, and people who come through it. People we may have even met. Like ghosts from another world. Well, this is strange indeed, but I am merely a samurai. My job is simple. And in this instance, it's to kill as many Valentines when we land as I can. I'll leave these big questions to philosophers.
Wait,
Yeah.
what do you mean ghosts from the other side? They're just leaking through?
I mean, there was those ghosts in Japan, right? So, and then there was some ghosts over in Guam.
Ah,
It's starting to leak a little more frequently.
speaking of ghosts, I Speak is gonna wander off to the nearest bride and groom.
Sure, they are sweeping the deck.
Is I pat one on the shoulder to see if they're physically there.
They are.
Is this your current body?
Um, do you talk to a bride or a groom?
Either one that seems, whichever one has a mouth.
They both have mouths per se, but we'll say a groom. You ask.
Okay.
The groom just kind of nods stiffly.
If I were to use my stand, can I reconstruct him any?
You may be able to reconstruct the. Well, what do you want to reconstruct about him?
Well, they're kind of dead, or are
Yeah.
they dead body? I'm just trying to remorph them back into their original form, I suppose.
We'll
I mean,
say
look
that
like they're suffering, right?
they do.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me, we'll say a precision roll for this. See just how well you can reconstruct what they might have looked like in life. Ooh, 5. Very good. For the groom, he looks like a man about his early 20s, some flowing hair, very strong jaw and chin. Seems like a very, very handsome man, almost a little arrogant. Maybe it's something in the eyebrows, and smiling. But the smile is false, and the visage is, of course, constructed. Um, the bride, who is there sweeping with him, drops her broom and kind of grabs him and says, "Charles, my love, what enchantment! Your face is here and real. You and I, we are slaves to this. And yet, you, like this, are here. Can we now into the water go and depart from this boat, this cursed vessel, the Cotton-Eyed Joe?" Charles, the groom, slowly pushes her hand away. "Nay, love, 'tis but illusion and trick, as the Earl King has done time and time again to tease and torment, that we would ever leave or depart from this vessel. We are here from now until the day when the stars fall from the sky."
This is, in fact, my trickery, and I may be able to order you now to leave this ship.
The groom, how durable are your constructs? They're very flimsy, right? Like it's almost like they're just sheets or film. They're not tough.
I don't know. We've never discussed it before. I always just assumed they were meaty.
Maybe a little, like, yeah, maybe they're a little bit more durable because they have to be able to function as organs. But that makes it all the more maybe distressing when you see the groom tear off the death mask that you've made and then throw it with the rest of the refuge that he's sweeping up. "I don't need false hopes, and I don't need interference. We are cursed to this existence, and we accept that. Do not torment I nor my bride with any dreams foolish and childlike of leaving this boat. We are bound to the Cotton-Eyed Joe. Respect the sanctity of our marriage and our curse, and leave us be."
I look I look between them both, if that is what you wish, but I would wish for more hopes for the dead.
The bride is just hiding her face and trying to wipe away they're congealed tears. They're oozing from the corners of her eyes. "Yeah, you've upset my love.
You have upset your love.
Were it not against the rules of the boat, I would strike you.
You may strike me.
Alas, I cannot. The Cotton-Eyed Joe does not allow such things. You are guests, and we are servants.
Is there no way to free you?
We have been here for centuries.
It is
I-
not what I asked.
I have no hope of such things. This boat was made for this purpose, constructed from the wood of hundreds of churches destroyed across Europe, sailed on waters black and grim, to steal love, to keep it, to preserve it. Marriage chapels are its body, and its spirit, purely that of us, our matter and material. Our love keeps this boat sailing. To answer briefly, then, no.
It makes me wish to burn this place down.
Aye, many have tried to do so. I suspect only the death of the Earl King would lead to the Cotton-Eyed Joe's sinking and the freeing of our spirits. You can see right after he says that, a crack appears on his face. And he holds it and hisses. Even the thought of such things brings punishment. Look at what you've done yet again, upset my bride and caused me great suffering.
I'm sorry for my interference. I will slide away now.
Be gone with you, cursed witch. Such magics, such torments. The bride tries to put a hand to her face, to his face, and he retracts. No, lest it spill over to you. Let us work and clean in silence. And together they do. And many of the other brides and grooms on the ship are in the same kind of manner. They all have that beaten, broken spirit about them. Leroy, for his part, is just walking between them, occasionally commenting that they missed a spot, and occasionally making sure that his drink is refilled. Lazaro is somewhere on the top deck, just leaning over the rails, probably vomiting. The other of the disciples are not to be seen, although there is a thunderous sound that comes from the chapel of the ship, small as it is, of a man preaching fiery words. Some of you recognize it to be Father John.
Hey, Dr. I speak. I saw you talking to those ghosts.
I was so tempting. It did not come out well.
I thought I overheard something about some sort of king.
They called Sonny, or forgive me, Adamus the Earl King?
And something about he's the only way to free them.
Yes, it's two, and she'll do the motion where you trace a thumb across her neck.
That's really unfortunate.
Do you think all ghosts in the world are round by such manner? Is it just him?
I don't know.
I was hoping some trickery to slither them off the ship, but I cannot do such thing.
Do you hear all that hollering in the background?
It sounds like a preacher.
Oh no. Of course, Father John would be on this ship. What was I? Of course.
Is this someone you have met before?
Yeah. Blue and Towner as well. He's pretty influential to people around him. In a bad influence sort of way. And he's very physically strong.
I do not take well to preaching, though I am. Perhaps I should preach less.
No, it's not just for priests and ministers to inspire people. Or, stand up and correct something.
What does he inspire?
This Father John guy, he just, props up the Antichrist, of course.
I seem to inspire despair myself.
Not really sure how you two might get along.
Shall we find out?
We're gonna all have to during this trip anyway.
Are you in fact planning to bother Father?
I will bother. Sure.
Okay. Well, I will give we're kind of like closing up here, so
Mm.
if you would like, you can in fact bother Father John.
We'll leave on one last preach.
Yes, if you travel to the small makeshift chapel. I mean, the whole ship is actually made out of chapels, podiums, little constructs, all taken from churches, stripped right out of them. Crosses, but they've been turned upside down. Of course, they have. Church bells are used as seats and all sorts of decorations made from candles, melted. Bibles have been stripped out and used as almost paper mache covering in some cases. The ship is all of it a blasphemy. The Cotton Eye Joe is, in fact, a highly cursed ship. And near the heart of the ship is, in fact, the small chapel where Father John is evangelizing or preaching or whatever to a group of brides and grooms.
Yeah, Enya's gonna gather anyone from Aqua that is interested in getting the latest scoop on what the prophecy on the Antichrist is coming up.
As you enter the space and see the flickering candles, you can hear him roaring with his great voice, saying a sermon. Friends, 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 all of you need to gather round and hear this. All of you are here for love and love's sake and have lived side by side one another in this strange existence, but do not think that God has abandoned you, for in Ephesians 5:23-33, he does say, husbands, love your wives, just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her to make her holy, cleansing her by the washing with the water and through the word, and to present her to himself as a radiant church without stain or wrinkle or any other blemish, but holy and blameless. In this same way, husbands ought to love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself.
After all, no one ever hated their own body, but they feed and care for their body, just as Christ does for the church, for we are members of his body. For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. This is a profound mystery, but I am talking about Christ and the church. However, each one of you must also love his wife as he loves himself, and the wife must respect her husband. All of you are here and bound then in the Cotton Eye Joe. Oh, you think it to be a torment, but I think it to be quite reasonable and godly. You will never be tempted to leave or go astray. Never worry about being left alone and abandoned here. Your spouse will always be here together, all of you united within the holy vessels of the Cotton Eye Joe. Hallelujah. You are all truly blessed. He raises his hands to the sky. The brides and grooms are just silent. We'll go on then. I command you by the Cotton Eye Joe's will, say hallelujah. 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 That's better. He closes his book. Been too long since someone's been here preaching out. Some of you may even predate Christianity, I imagine. Ooh, God forbid that would be the case. Good thing you didn't pass on then. You would have been sent straight to hell for not being believers, or you'd have to wait at the gates until Christ the Redeemer opened them up for you. Either way, you'd be waiting. Here on this boat, you get to serve alongside some of the greatest of the Bible. The lions who ate Christians in the arena and the soldiers who poked our Lord all had a role. Your role is something like that, although it's a bit more of a bit part, I think. Like, you probably cleaned the tables after the Last Supper. That level. Still, nothing to be ashamed of, and extras are part of the movie, too. So rejoice, my good grooms and brides. You have little else to do but pray and rejoice on this blessed ship. Ah, he motions towards any Aqua that would have come to see him. And here we have visitors. Some I think I recognize, others are new faces. One of them, he points to Harlan, who's in the corner of the room, doesn't have much of a face at all underneath that mask, I bet.
Yeah, we came for, well, why else would someone show up to listen to preaching?
I suspect it was something to
Words of
argue or
comfort.
debate.
No, I was just hoping for some sort of blessing for all this. But mostly words of comfort.
Oh? As one of the fish finally turned to the Lord's side, I have not heard of many converts from your kind and kin.
Well, if your words are based on truth, then it doesn't really matter what's believed in, right? Truth is truth.
Truth is truth. That is true. What is it that you would like to know, my child? What is it that you would like to hear from the good book?
Uh, do you... Is there anything in the book about... Well... The president dying?
Nothing quite so accurate, but there are passages here and there about the coming of a great king who will unite all nations, a peaceable kingdom to follow. And then, of course, the reappearance of Jesus Christ himself.
And you believe you are following him?
Oh, indeed I am. By ushering in the rebirth, the resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I am speeding this process because I think we can both agree this world could use with a little bit of love and compassion, and waiting around just isn't going to cut it anymore. So, why not put your foot on the pedal and accelerate things a little, is my philosophy on this matter.
That's true. Lives can be saved if things are brought to a quicker conclusion for the better.
I will tell you a story of Jesus Christ that you have never, and I promise never heard before in your life.
Oh?
There are hidden texts which have been uncovered by Dorabo that I have been privy to. The others are not as interested in them, and even my good patron Leroy finds them to be comedic at best. But I am keenly interested, fascinated, and intrigued by what I have read. They say so many things about Jesus that I never knew. Did you know he came to the Americas?
No.
Well, that's right. He did. And it was recorded, hidden away by people in power. But there's more to it than that. Far more than I could have ever guessed. For example, did you know in earlier editions of the Bible before they were censored that there was a brief passage of the history of Atlantis in times of antiquity?
Could it be the same?
One wonders. But even more curious, and I won't fault you for being shaky on believing this next part, but rumor is Jesus was descended from Atlanteans. Can you believe such a thing? Oh, it all makes sense. Well, his affinity for water, his gifts, seemingly magical, his inheritance of divine power. Oh, there is so much there. Baptism, all of it in water.
And you're sitting up tense, and it does look like the gears in her head are turning, and there's some strain in her face.
So, this Jesus is a time walker?
Not quite. According to the sources that I've been able to track down, Atlantis suffered a little bit of an unfortunate fate, although the records have been purged as to what that might have been. Some say it was the hubris of the scientists on this mythical continent. Others say warring, others say an external force simply wiped them out. But Jesus, according to these far-flung believers, say they say the man was descended from a surviving bloodline of the continent, as were others. He being apparently the strongest inheritor of Atlantis's gifts.
There's a little bit of sparkling in Anya's eyes. What does it say about Atlantis? Does it describe it at all?
No. Well, again, briefly, but a beautiful, shining city full of wonderful, gorgeous scenery and people, arts which defy imagination, and sciences which were far beyond even some of the things that we today know as being conventional. A wondrous place.
Does it mention Avicii at all?
No, of course not. No, no, no. There was no Avicii or anything of the sort. If there was a Luciferian figure within Atlantis, it has not been in any of the records that I have been able to peruse.
So, this is an ancient Atlantis. Before the merman?
before the time of Christ, before many things, even if the records go back accurately, Egypt and beyond that. If any of it is to be believed, then it would be one of the first civilizations.
I did not think our history is so old. Fascinating.
Oh, not your history. Your Atlantis is merely a simulation. No offense, a bootleg. I don't believe that to be the same. Merely the names are coincidental, and that's all there is to it. Your demon god and creator, Avicii, has nothing to do with Atlantis' history as far as I can tell. And there was no mention of gills and webbed feet and whatever weird stuff that you managed to manifest out of your forms. No tentacles, no anything. No, this Atlantis that's mentioned in biblical records, it is sacred. It is, by all accounts, human-ish, though the Lord Jesus Christ was not one, so to speak. A man, surely, but something more than a man. Ah, the records also speak on that one. Did you know he had a perfect physique? And I don't just mean aesthetically. He could heal from wounds in no time flat. Apparently, and these records, a little bit harder to track down, they say that he could best anyone in a hand-to-hand fight. I gotta tell you, when I read that, it was inspirational.
Human-ish. So, what are we, in your eyes then? Invaders of Atlantis?
Demons, likely.
Huh, demons.
Right, mockeries of the human form sent here to kill us all, that sort of thing. I mean, it's all in the Bible. There will be a great beast that rises from the oceans, wears a bunch of crowns. It's all there. 7 of them, actually, I believe. 9 horns, 7 crowns.
Our brothers and sisters?
Hmm. Well,
They are called
Revelations
the
was
crowns of Avicii.
sure. The Revelations was likely written by someone that was rather inebriated on some sort of psychedelic chemical. Let's be honest. That a lot of this is it's very, very, very evocative imagery. There's no way for anyone to have seen any of this without some sort of extra help. God, of course, could deliver such a vision, but boy, I'd hate to be there on the morning after. Goodness.
Oh, well, you've given us plenty to think on.
Just so we're clear on this, though I do believe you to be hellbound demons from the pit and servants of Satan himself, I'm always willing to convert any demon that I meet to the good Lord's ways. You may yet earn your way into some form of penance for the crime of being born. I simply couldn't say.
No thanks.
I didn't think so.
I'm afraid there's someone I must meet in hell.
Yeah, several of us have appointments anyway.
Of course, you are all quite busy with your well, I don't know exactly what it is that you do other than enforce the laws of a corrupt and godless government for the purposes of suppressing the people when they should be rightly worshiping Leroy and then eventually Jesus Christ after.
And you do not think you are suppressing these people?
Am I suppressing you people? He says to the brides and grooms.
Didn't you just tell them earlier to say hallelujah against their will?
Well, it is in their best interest. In the event that the good Lord ever decides to free these
damn souls from this damned ship, then I suppose that, well, they'd want to face their maker with some shred of piety.
Isn't piety supposed to come from the heart, not from someone else telling them to be pious?
He raises a finger and kind of waves it at you a little. You sound like one of those children that got spared the rod.
You sound like someone who hasn't had the rod enough.
Well, I believe that there is a pact against violence and aggression, and I am a pacifist, of course. But were it up to me, I would probably beat the good Lord's will right into your narrow little noggin, Missy. Especially coming into a place like this and insulting a man of the cloth in such a way. I'm saying if the rules weren't here, I'd probably whoop you.
Yeah, we should get going, actually. Thank you for the service.
Yeah,
Sure.
I don't want to be here. I mean, smells of hypocrisy.
Oh, do make sure that your sass-mouthed little friend doesn't get tossed overboard by accident or anything. It would be such a shame. God forgive if such a thing were to occur. He starts to pray, "Yes, Lord, don't let it happen. Don't let it happen to her."
Yeah, and he's gonna usher them out as fast as she can.
You
we
are
gotta go.
aware we can all breathe water and sweat. Alright, let us go.
Before you leave, you can hear him laugh. Do you imagine that's water we're in right now? Oh dear, don't drink it. You've been warned. Kind of smiles, and you can see the flickering flame just highlighting his face.
Fascinating.
What now? You want to study the water out there?
Of course. Do you not?
No, why would I want to study the water out there?
I mean, because it's not water.
Because again, do you not hear it? It's not water.
I speak. Something's wrong with your brain.
My mini brain. Something is wrong with my mini brain.
I know. I just corrected myself.
Thank you.
If you go to the deck and look out at the water or examine it in any way, you'll see Father John wasn't just bluffing. The water is not really behaving so much like water. It's thicker, heavier, and more densely defined, as if it had an inky outline. Whatever it is, it behaves like a liquid, but you do not see any life really swimming around in it. Or if there is, it's far too dark, even for those of you that have enhanced vision, to pick up on it. Whatever this is, it's quite alien, even to you.
Yep, definitely not gonna drink that.
I would like to take some out to study. What do you think, Devil Cruz?
Um, and he'll turn to like the nearest bride and or groom, and just go, "Excuse me, do you have a bucket and some rope?"
The bride will turn and nod. Do you wish to hang yourself?
No. Thank you though.
That would not be a good effective method of killing him nonetheless. I
Yeah.
grab his head and sort of pull up a little.
Yeah, he just lets it stretch.
You see the bride actually cover her face with her mouth with her hand. And then you can see a small crack appear on her face.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I assumed you
yeah.
were ghost and therefore less fragile than human. I pushed the head back down. Probably
No.
too much.
She waves. No, it's I smiled at painful. So I apologize. She bows. I will retrieve your rope and bucket.
Thank you.
She does and returns with it rather promptly. May I ask if I can assist with something that you wish to do, or I am a servant here. Is there something I can do for you with this rope and bucket? I can
hang myself for your amusement?
No, don't. Please don't. No.
Mikey's already like roped, like tied the rope around the handle of the bucket.
No, we're just gonna. We'll be. We'll just be. We'll give it right back.
And he's already like walking over towards the side of the boat to dip it in.
What was one of your favorite things to do in life?
I like to to dance. What is he doing?
She kind of looks panicked.
He is examining the water.
No, 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 no. She runs over and tries to pull the bucket away from the water. No, 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 no.
What?
As you the bucket was lowering towards the water, you can see black hands reaching up from the water. They grab the bucket and the rope and begin to pull with unbelievable force. Which one of you is holding this?
It was Mikey.
Mikey, your hands are goopy. So I'm gonna say because your hands are goopy, you don't have to hold it'll just slip right through your hands. The rope, if you want it to. If you want to hold on to it, you definitely can, but it's
Yeah, I would say once the hands grab the bucket, he'll just kind of stare down and just go,
Oh, okay.
and he'll just let go. He's
yeah,
not
like
about to be part of that.
Mikey, you've dealt with like supernatural amounts of force before. This feels like you don't know what could stop this rope from being like the only thing that could stop it is the rope breaking. Otherwise, like if a person had been holding this, their hand would be shredded, like the skin would be gone. You are not that vulnerable, and you are a goopy guy, so it just kind of slides right out. But the hands reach up, grab the bucket. They start crushing it as they pull it below the waves, and you can see now that some of those waves are arms that are just reaching up now, trying to grab at anything they can, occasionally slapping or just rubbing along the side of the ship, but not doing damage to it. And there are, now that you can see them, hands all under the water, all under it. And if you really were to look close enough at the bottom, you would see that there are actually hands pushing the boat along as well.
Ah, I'm glad I did not throw any eel in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Mikey will turn to Ice Peak and just go,
Yeah, I guess that's the answer.
It is
The,
ghosts?
the bride breathes a sigh of relief.
Do not go into or near this water while we are traveling from wedding to wedding. The waters are filled with the souls of those trapped in earthly bondage. Countless spirits beneath the waters which have drowned. Do not risk your lives.
Oh yeah, no, that's very clear now.
She just hides her face away again.
I am sorry I did not warn you. Please do not tell Leroy that I failed in my duties.
You have succeeded in your duties. You do not need to worry.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't tell him anything. I mean, not about this, because this is definitely on us, right?
Definitely.
Leroy coughs and steps around a corner.
Greetings.
Well, Cassandra, not a very good bride, are you? One of your guests almost went into the water. And you just stood by, not doing anything, watching it happen. Maybe you should go in. Maybe you should show them what happens, Cassandra, when they go into the water. They might not believe you unless you demonstrate. Well, go on then. Go in. I command you to go into the water.
The bride, shaking, just grabs onto the railing and begins to climb it. For you, my king, I must obey.
But she did stop us.
Can I grab her?
You can grab her. She's jumping though. She is jumping.
Fine.
You are you gonna
I was
grab her?
yeah, I'll grab her too. I'm just as slippery as I am. I'm just as I can stick.
So this is the final shot then. Her jumping off and one of those giant arms reaching up to grab her. You guys reaching over the rail to try and stop her from falling into its grasp. And Leroy just standing in the background, just kind of with arms folded, one fist tucked under his chin, watching with the most jerk ass of smirks on his face possible to see how this will resolve. And you'll see how it will resolve on next week's episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
It's the arms outstretched, and then
Yeah.
from our POV.
Enjoy the new closing
Oh
screen.
no, look at it.
Yeah, look at it.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
As we head into the new arc, the Red Kingdom Revolution, on your boat ride to Russia, you are already met with some peril and despair. On a cursed boat, the Cotton-Eyed Joe. How will Aqua square off their morals with the Antichrist and his delightful cruelty? Find out, I guess, next week.